And now it's time for the arcade mode. And let's get into it. Won't waste too many time. We're going to be doing this all on hard because unlock stuffs. For people who ask me why don't I do this on professional, professional does not actually count towards completion. For my memory's sake, even if you do it on professional, it won't actually count towards completing it. So you got to do it. So you gotta have to do it at least on that. So arcade mode gives you a small roster of vehicles. It's assorted in between with classes and whatnot. And like the older Gran Turismo games like GT1, you had to do it once with like every class, but they got rid of that with GT2, and I believe, if I remember correctly, in fact, let me just go back here real quickly. I believe it's so we got one for easy, normal, and hard, though I think if you do it on hard, it counts towards all the difficulties, I believe, so. Anyways, we're just gonna go from left to right, so you already saw some of the C-class cars. These are some of the cars we got for B-class. And you do unlock more cars by doing this over time, so there's more to add to these classes. Although most of it will go into the higher classes. Then you got like the A-class cars. So you get like a small selection of vehicles. It's not really a huge roster of cars, but still stuff to kind of, for the most part, cover the classes basically. And then mostly right now we just have like a bunch of these. Bunch of race cars here stuff, but I feel like it's only appropriate to start with a snake. Oh, so you're already preparing yourself ahead of time for the master mod. Very nice. Just realized I don't have any tractor controller stability, so. So I think for the most part, if I remember correctly, the majority of these races on hard are going to be like 5 laps, so not as long as doing the fucking professional mode. But it still will take a little bit to kind of get through each one. So one thing I'm going to do real quickly, I'm going to just slightly balance the volume of this. It's a little on the higher side. There you go. I think it's a little better. Your game crashed on the menu, but RPCS3 moment. Yeah, that is not how that works. You gotta apply each update individually. Hello, PK. Yeah, professional mode is most of the race. The majority of events, not all, but the majority of them will usually be like 10 laps. They'll usually be like 10 laps, and then you gotta deal with tire wear. This is gonna be like, most of these are gonna be 5 laps, I think. There is no tire wear. Also, like how I decided, I'll just start with class S because we're on like the speedway track. We're on one of the faster tracks. Not me forgetting that some of the cars you get later in this class all have some of them have like some pretty quick ones, but I'm slowly gaining. Just gotta rely on the AI not being the smartest bulbs in the room. Am I gonna be able to catch them in time? It's a very fair race. You get 2 cars here that are notably quicker than everyone else. That already off to a good start when I'm getting paired with cars like this. Might have to rely on just being in the slipstream of one of these other cars and just kind of pushing a bit. It's a bit of a cheating tactic, but considering the two cars I gotta deal with, it's probably the best thing I can do. I haven't seen this game since like a little kid. It's cool to see people still play it. My brain is permanently stuck in that 5th to 7th generation of gaming for the most part. Oh, there, by the way, F1 driver. Yeah, I think this is I think just doing it like this is probably the best method I'm gonna have if I'm gonna catch these two. I gotta rely on like Ross Chastaining this last one just so I have more speed to keep up. Yeah, this is not working out very well. This class, so yeah, if these cars keep appearing, then this class right now is for this event just not going to work very well. And unfortunately, they're too far ahead, so I can't just, I can't just dive bomb into them or something. That won't work. That will not work. Yeah, this is gonna be a problem. I gotta see if I can reset the. I'm gonna see if I can. I'm not gonna give up on this yet, but I'm gonna see if I can reset the fields. And I put it on the wrong transmission, so that doesn't help. But I already saw GT1 there anyway, so. We literally got the same two cars again, but at least this time the GT1's further back. So I can try and get ahead of it early on. Plus, yeah, at least now the R390 has nobody to like draft off of, so I could just use this GT1 to my advantage. Jeez, it is still hard to catch up though. Even that R390 on its own is still just really, yeah. Yeah, and I saw you mention that about the DLC. I got the DLC years ago though, so I've already got it. the best pull. That is like the fastest pull I've had on them so far. But yeah, even still, like, even look at like even now, this is still because it's hard to catch. Like now the GT1's in the R390's draft. It's like, yeah, this is just not happening. And yeah, they're too far away. So yeah, this is not happening with this if those two cars show up. And they're gonna keep it's just gonna keep doing it to me now, isn't it?
It's not a game, it's a racing sim show mischief.
Oh, let's just have the 3 deadly sins in that one this time. Thank you, by the way, Meister, welcome back. 29 months with a 14-month streak. That's a lot of months and a lengthy streak. Okay, there's only one of them this time, but it might also be the fastest of the 3, which is the only problem. So I'll see if doable, but my hopes are not high. If not, though, then I'm just gonna switch down. I'm just gonna move it down to A class. If it's still not possible. Oh yeah, that thing's just leaving. This is a well-balanced class when you start off. They clearly thought this one through very, very nicely. Yes. No, okay. Nah, it's not happening. I'll try a few more times to see if I can get like one without like either any of those 3, but yeah, I'm probably gonna have to just throw in the towel. And we're just gonna have to use something else. Nah, it's just, oh god, the fucking Zonda in here for. Yeah, it's just not happening. All right, well, fine. If that's how you're gonna play a game, I got a better idea. Why don't I just use one of my own cars? If you're gonna play dirty, I will play. If you're gonna play dirty game, I will play dirty. In fact, I bet I could do this with my FTO. There you go. See, nope. Are you gonna play some T-Kanji knowledge? What is T-Kanji knowledge? I don't know what that means. Well, I've tried a few times already, but the problem is, like, all the S-Class cars I have available to me right now are not quick enough for this, so I just said, fuck it. I'm just gonna bring my ride. That if the game's gonna play dirty on me like that right away, then I'm gonna play dirty, so... Also, good evening, Morgan. Now how does it feel to be the one playing dirty as I sit here innocently smiling? And yes, I am still Ross Chastaning it. I don't know who that is, PK. Is that like the guy who makes like those guide videos, like to playing the game? Because I know about the guide videos, but I don't remember the name of the person. I mentioned him once. I did? I don't remember this at all. You expect me to remember things that happened a while ago. I'm stupid. The thing you have to remember is I'm fucking stupid. Oh, okay. I mean, I don't know. It depends. I've played GT4 many times in the past. It's probably not going to be something that's going to be too hard for me to figure out. We all are. Coffee katakana when chalky milk Latin. Chalky milk Latin. You're not stupid, you're thunder. What's the difference? Well, there we go. And now I'm not gonna keep like pausing the music for like for this part of the game because we'll just keep moving along here. But I will show in the clear status though. So yeah, we just have to do this on hard, and then it counts it for all of them. So now I get midfield. So now let me try using the Viper again on a track that actually has some more corners. I might actually be able to stand more of a chance this time. You know what's worse is in S-Class you have like some GT300 cars available to you. But this is what I'm being paired against. Unless the game just knows not to put those and knows to sort them properly, but PS3 does. The PS if it has a music folder, then it probably could work. I can't see why not. I also wouldn't know for sure because I've never used RPCS3, so. Yeah, even the Zonda's pretty good. It's not as fast, but still can carry its own pretty well. Well, I can't run the game either. Well, I say I can't run the game. I've never tried to run the game because I just play it. If I want to just play the game, I just plug in my PS3. Boba Tea Cyrillic. What are we even saying anymore? Yeah, see now it's like I have to fight for it, but the difference is now I can at least I'm actually within the fight and not actually just being left behind. And they nearly went into the grass or the sand pit or whatever. Okay, there's something about this car right now that's particularly bothering me. I'm not. It's hard to tell because of the lighting and stuff. I don't have too many ways of getting too many ways of getting a closer look. Excuse me. But the back of this car, on the top left, where it has like the Viper logo. Am I the only one who thinks that says Viper GTS RT? Am I crazy for thinking that there's also a T there? Because it kind of looks like it. Because it honestly looks like it says GTS RT to me. R is just very long. I don't remember it being this long. I don't remember it being particularly this long. Yeah, that's also the problem. It's not high res enough. The main issue is I can't get any closer to. I can't look at it any closer. I could get the Viper and GT4 to check. Yeah, I'd have to look at the car select screen to see if maybe I can get a closer look at it, possibly. I had to do that to the Mazda because I've had enough of you, sir. Oh, geez, and I gotta fend off two of them at least. Nah, I think we've got enough. I think I've got enough distance. Oh, yeah. It absolutely says RT. I knew I wasn't going crazy. I swear it looks like it said RT. The team could not be bothered to to get a GTS-R logo, so they just combined the two and then forgot. Oh my god. You could see it on the side of the fucking car, even in this pause screen. It says GTS RT. That's not just me. It legitimately says GTS RT. Oh my god. It's there. It is there though. The special edition. Well, I mean, I mean, it could, you know. Anyway, it's time for a bit of rallying. What car do I want to use for this? Let's use the Evo 7 prototype. Oh, this one's only 4 laps. Hang on. Oh, wow. So okay, that's interesting. So it's actually like that on the real car? Damn. So they just wrote it as GTS RT. Wow. Shit, that's I never realized that until now. I just thought it was always just GTS-R. Well, the more I know, and the more I guess we all know as a result. Today we learned it. Why does my Lancer look like a work in progress Forza livery? It's the Evo 7 rally car prototype. We aren't done. It's a work in progress for a reason. We aren't done yet. Yeah. What's really annoying is that this car disappears after this game. There was gonna be a more updated version of the Evo 7 rally car with like the proper additions added to the livery, but then there's like leftovers of it in like GT4 prologue or something, but then they just never gave us the then they just said fuck it and just got rid of it, and I never understood why. Oh yeah, GT3 concept. Okay, right. It's like why did they do that? Like shit don't make no sense. GT4 has an actual Evo 7 rally car. I mean, I guess that might be the reasoning, but even then, it's still notably different. And I don't think it's actually the livery that went on the real one, so I think I could be wrong. Unless they're just... Yeah, I was thinking like the Super Rally Car or whatever they call it in that game is heavily what the Evo WRC version would become. Although I don't believe the livery on it is correct. Yeah, that one I don't think is just the actual route. I think that one is just taking like the body they were working on and then just making like a fictionalized version of it or something. That's what I think. That's what I think they did. It looks cooler. Damn. Sadok telling it to Mitsubishi. All right, one more time around. I can debate that for a reason. Oh, how can I debate that reason? I read that as in my brain as how can debate that for a reason. So even I can't read properly. I'm adding words that were never there.
That is garbaggio.
Oh dear, it's garbaggio. That one missing letter messed up the speech. The I made all the difference between the two of us. And there we go. At least that one was a fairly quick one. At least most of these early ones are pretty quick because they're not that long of tracks. Though we do go from one rally stage to another, and I think this time... Wait, what? Can I not use any of my rally cars? Okay, I can. I was about to say, I have rally cars. Oh god, my voice. I have rally cars, let me use them. You Simmer, use a Scudo soon. What, the Super Rally car in GT4? I don't believe that's an Evo 7. I don't think that's an Evo 7. I mean, it's still technically the same body style. The 7, 8, and 9 are all part of the same, technically the same Evo family, so... The grill's an Evo 8 grill. Damn, graphics making it look flat like the Evo 7. Oops. Nice Toyota Gazoo. Damn, Toyota Gazoo Racing used to have more colors back then. Smile. Hello there, by the way, Team Gran Turismo Guatemala. The Evo 7 has a Subaru grill too. What? What is blood waffling about? Look at Blobeye and Pretza. Well, unfortunately, this game predates the Blobeye and Pretza, so I kind of can't. Or at least not at this given moment. Unless I wanted to stop and look it up, but I'm too lazy to do that right now. A 2000. That's Senok. That's the bug eye that you're talking about. The bug eye is the original iteration of the GD Impreza. The blob eye is the first facelift from around like 2002, 2003. Yeah, basically, the original is called the bug eye. is coined as the Bug Eye. That's the first iteration of the GD and Impreza. The first facelift is the Blob Eye, which came out around like late 2002, early 2003, and then the final iteration of that is the Hawkeye, which came around like 2005. But yeah, the Impreza rally car prototype in this game is a Bug Eye. Okay, so that's 2 straight rally events done. So now we get to one of my personal favorites, Trial Mountain, and I think for this one we'll do B class. I think for this one, I'll use a car which I don't think I've used in this playthrough at all at any point yet, the Sylvia S15. Am I gonna use mods when I get to Underground 1? Why do you ask? Why do you... There's a mod I found that changes the reputation system to not require making your car look... Is it just like a reputation system remover? Yes, I'm on Underground. I put in the widescreen fix. Smile. Ow! Doesn't completely get rid of it though. I mean, I don't know. We'll see. Like the reputation thing for Underground 1 never really bothered me that much. It's Underground 2 where it annoys me more. But at least in Underground 2, the workaround for that is to just have a car dedicated for the visual reputation stuff, and then just have another car for like, and then have other cars for like everything else. No, it's funny, when I streamed Underground 2, like all the way back in 2018, I actually did use a mod that just got rid of all the visual reputation stuff. We just listened to this. I too will get to Underground 2 in 2024. Smile. But there's already like a couple changes I will be deviating from, like compared to like when I originally did some things back then. Like Underground 1 and 2 are still going to be on PC, but when I did Most Wanted back in 2018, I played it on the Xbox 360 because it's like right out of the bat the most visually impressive of the two of the ports. But since there's actually like mods now that basically can make the PC version just about nearly on par with the Xbox 360 version, and it's probably just going to be the version I play instead, most especially since, you know, frame rate and performance is also a thing. Oh yeah, the Xenon effects mod. There's like a whole bunch of mods. I gotta remind myself to get like the most out of Most Wanted. I'll probably end up doing the same for like Underground 1 and 2. Like at least enhance, like visual, like tweak, enhance with things to kind of just make it scale up a bit better. Like the HD UIs and fonts and stuff. And of course the widescreen patch. But yeah, it's like right now I'm on Hot Pursuit 2, so like the only Need for Speed so far that I've skipped is Porsche Unleashed, but that was just because at the time I just wasn't really feeling in the mood to play through that game. But I'll come back around to it and play it again eventually. So I was just more in the mood to just go to Hot Pursuit 2 after High Stakes, so. After I finish GT3, I'm going to be playing the first Forza Motorsport on the old Xbox. I'm going to be playing through that next after I'm finished with GT3. Yeah, I keep like a bit of a spreadsheet and stuff. I gotta like utilize that a little bit better though. I also have like a notepad thing of like games, because I remembered ages ago I did like finding out like a group of games to do like next, like what should be the games I tackle next and all that sort of stuff. And I think I still have it up. I think I still have it somewhere. I could probably look for it in a moment. Oh, okay, that just happened. That was, thank you, emulation, very cool. So we're gonna be better PC hardware, please. I'll give you a kiss. Smile. My 2023 Game of the Year is technically a three-way tie between Super Mario Bros. Wonder, Portal, and Sonic Frontiers. I've only played one of those games, and it's Portal. I don't have a Switch, so I can't play Mario Wonder, and I actually don't think I still even own Sonic Frontiers. I still have to buy it at some point. At least I didn't have to buy Sonic Forces. I was gifted that game. Yeah, I think for some of us, like 2023 Game of the Years is like we don't look at it based on games that came out in 2023. We look at it based on what we played in 2023. That's our favorites. Saw on the top 10 list of most retired games of 2023. Most given up on FMA is third. What is most retired games, or like most given up on? Like what exactly does that mean? Yeah, I kind of sped through that last section just because I felt like it. Although I nearly costed myself there by doing so. Retired is when players stop playing and leave a game after release. So what, is there like actual like hard statistics? Which is how these are listed, or worst game of the year is Kirby Tilt and Tumble. Don't play that. Well, again, I don't have a Switch, so it's not like I could choose to play it or not right now anyways. But I'm just like, that's just what I'm kind of theorizing, like, because you said like, oh, is it not a Switch game? Game Boy Color. Sorry, I had to get up for a moment. Sorry. Just had to take care of something minor. Hello, Goldie, by the way. I always thought retired in that sentiment, dropping a playthrough before finishing. Yeah, I'm not surprised if there's like actual like numbers and stuff, and that's what makes Forza like third. I'm not surprised because considering how much that game has been just such a fucking letdown. We're gonna drive a soup. Wheel spin sure is a thing. You can play that game with a Game Boy player, so you can just tilt your GameCube. Except the tilting is backwards because the cartridge port is on the other side. Oops. So you'd have to put your GameCube upside down and then tilt it. Smile. First on that list is Redfall. Second is Minecraft Legends. Again, like, is this based on like actual statistics though, or is this just someone's opinion? Oh, it's on Switch Online. Again, I don't have a Switch, so... It's not like I can exactly afford to be getting like all these other consoles right now, as much as I'd like to. I like how you put Sonic Boom as like your second worst. So a game that's many people consider like one of the worst all the time, and you're sitting here and you're here like, yeah, but you haven't played that Kirby motion control game on the Game Boy Color. Also, Chris, I changed the command. It's the command is now !tip. I shorten it to make it easier for people. And again, I like to remind people, it's in the title of my. I always put them at the end of my stream titles. So if you're not 100% sure, always just look at the end of my stream titles, and I post the commands there. Oh, it's games for the Game Pass, so... Oh, it's games for the Game Pass, so it records data and which ones it stops playing. Oh, wow. So, Forza is already number 3 on that list of games that have been given up on by other players, then. Only Minecraft Legends and Redfall have dealt worse than is what you're saying. I mean, Sanok, I have a thing of PC Game Pass lying around because of Discord. I don't need it because I have Game Pass Ultimate for myself, so... But I'm just not sure if it's like... Wait, you have Game Pass Ultimate? Then you should just have PC Game Pass with it. Pretty sure Game Pass Ultimate includes PC Game Pass. Oh, for the same Discord Nitro thing, right. I've just been also like I've been like kind of like utilizing like the fact that Microsoft have been kind of giving away like cheap 1 month Game Pass Ultimates for like new members, and what I've just been doing is like just before my membership is about to renew itself, I cancel it so I can let it end, and then I just grab an extra month. It just that way I just say it's a way of saving money every month. Yeah, EA Play is part of Game Pass Ultimate. Also, you do not use Origin. Origin's been discontinued. They don't use EA doesn't use Origin anymore. They have a different app for. They have like just the EA app now, I think. And no, I have not played a game that's built from the curb up, by the way. Thank you for asking, though, Zero. I just wish it would give me like Game Pass Ultimate codes, because that's what I need more than anything, because you know, being a person who owns a Series X and like, you know. That being said, I just like finding like games cheap and then just kind of getting them that way. At least whenever I'm actually able to. It's also one of the reasons I want to get like a better I want to get like more like expansion storage for my Series X. And I don't want to have to keep using a portable hard drive, because then I can't play most of the stuff on that very well. I can play like older like Xbox Ones and stuff, but then even those games all start, you know, suffering from like the longer load times and such, which. I just hate Microsoft. That's the one thing Microsoft really fucking botched, was storage expansion for the Series X. I know there's like methods now like where you can just kind of make your own, you can do it yourself because of what the actual thing is based off of, like their actual little storage cards, like. It's a proprietary design, but it's not a proprietary storage media. Like the actual, like it's a type of SSD that you can find, and then like I think there's like things where you can just like get like a case that would allow it to connect, and then you can do it that way, which is probably cheaper to do it that way, I imagine, but I'd have to look into it. But it would be nice to have like one of those, because then that way I just have more stuff to store a lot of my other games, because the one terabyte of built-in storage in the 1 terabyte of storage in the Series X is not fucking enough. Well done, Skyline. Hellbent for fuck. That just sounded more like a gremlin when I did that. Jesus. Thanks, God. I should say thanks. I still technically have that latest Forza installed. I don't know why I still have it installed, but I do. Okay, so that's the first half, or I say first half. That's the first area. There's A, B, C, D, E, and F. That's all the areas. And then we've also got two new cars as well. Most of these are going to be 2 cars, except for like E and F, which those ones will be 4 cars each. Yeah, like, we're starting to get to a point where these consoles they skimped out for the longest time on storage that it's gotten to the point where, like, people are saying, hey, can you, like, stop doing this? And I mean, the new series, but of course, they're still not really doing a proper job with it. It's mostly because they just want you to pay more money. It's mostly just because they want you to pay more money to get other things in order to increase your storage, because that's all it really comes down to. And yeah, that's like the one thing. That's what Sony absolutely got right with the PS5. Is for if you want to it's like expansion storage is literally just an NVMe SSD. It's like it's just an M.2. I won't say it's any NVMe SSD. I think it still has to be a certain. I think it still has to be. Oh my god! I think this is still on the wheelie setup. It might actually still be on the wheelie setup. Thinking about it. Although to be fair, it's not like it's gonna matter that much for what I'm doing. So. So I think what I'll do after this is I'll go back and just go into the other mode and then just check the settings on that. Yeah, it really is just a thing that should just be a thing they do. But again, it's about forcing you to spend more money. So. But yeah, like I have stuff in my throne wish list though for like. I have stuff there for like portable, for like storage stuff. I throw in. But yeah, like I want to get like a portable SSD, at least a portable SSD, because even though the portable SSD would not be able to play Series S and X games, it would still be very useful for transferring stuff, and it can still play like Xbox One era games and backwards compatible games. And by that point, the difference in terms of like performance, in terms of like load times and stuff, is really becomes a lot more negligible by that point. But then I also have like an expansion card there as well, which would still be able to play Series S and X games. But those things are fucking expensive, and I hate it. And I hate how everything has to be so expensive. How are we supposed to enjoy anything in life? Hi there, good evening, or good morning in your case, it's 2 a.m. Hello, Spatial Dog. I'm doing alright. I was just having a small tangent about consoles still skipping out on storage and me not being in a case where I could just get myself more storage easily right now. For me, it is currently 6 p.m. p.m. All these different time zones. It's the worldwide Durg audience. I know this is like a cheap way to get through like this is by using this car, but I also don't care enough. Two mansions are pressed on the rear of this Escudo. All right. Okay, so before I continue, I'm gonna just go into sim mode and fix up the car so it doesn't have that setting. Oh wow, yeah, we're already at just those alone has already brought me up like 4%. So yeah, that does make a notable difference. Oh, random sound.
But wait, there's more.
Yeah, keep it. No, thank you. I want to use this in like some of the other events, some of the other like rally events. And not all of them are as fast as Smoky Mountain, so actually, you know what's really annoying about this game that they should have what's annoying is that this game does not actually have a reset the default option. Screw it. I think honestly I'll just have that downforce like that. It's good enough. I don't really want to spend like too much time doing that. Actually, hang on. I don't know if it actually counts unless I like save that. So let me just do that real quick. Yeah, you think it'd be a logical thing to have like a reset the default option, but no, that's not what they did. All right, now it's time for Route 246. I think it's time. I still want quick cars. I don't think I'm gonna be using C-Class all that much because it's kind of slow. Though I will show what we did unlock at least that last one, because C-Class you start with like the Altezza, the SLK, the MRS, Storia, 156, LS Miata, Vitz, Alto Works, Mini Cooper, and the 206. But I also just unlocked an NA Miata. I unlocked one of the NA Miatas. B-Class did not unlock any additional vehicles. I think A-Class also did not unlock additional vehicles. But we did unlock the C-West Razzo, Sylvia, and S-Class. Actually, I kind of want to use the C-West. Please do not pair me with 787Bs and GT1s. I beg you. Oh my god. It did not pair me against them. In fact, all the cars are different. So it actually knows.
Almost to this number.
Oh my god, thank you for the 24 bits. I remember like back in like 2018 or so, like during those streams where I used to get like I used to have people who would always just send like small bits like all the time just because they wanted to hear Brian say things. Yeah, there's also rally cars. Everything's a rally car except for that Clio trophy. And my car, obviously, but... least insane Gran Turismo grid. Yep. At least it didn't put me up against more like fucking 787Bs and R390s and GT1s, because this thing would never fucking keep up with those. Whoops. I am a good driver, yes. Yeah, the race grids at Forza are mostly reasonable in terms of the cars it pairs you against. The unreasonable thing in those games, at least especially the more recent ones, is the balancing of the AI. Because I remember how they were hyping it with the new Forza. They're like, oh, we've rebalanced, we reworked the AI so things should be more competitive, close races, and it's still just more of the same. Or just most of them were like almost every car you can pass in a breeze, except for one driver who just fucks off, and then you never see them again. Which just proves that all what they were hyping up was just nothing more than fluff to try and quote-unquote save their asses, but by doing so, made themselves look worse as a result. The reason I don't really touch that new Forza game like most others, just because I just go into that game and just come out sad. I gave it a chance for a while, but then just no. GT7 AI is basically Gran Turismo 2, 3, and 4 AI, but somehow even worse. Okay, that I have to disagree with. GT7 AI is not the best, but but worse than GT2, 3, and 4, I definitely would have to disagree. Oh god, why am I getting a text message now? Oh, of course. Oh boy, incoming spam moved. It was just a spam message. Lovely. My phone I heard the thing go off and then my phone immediately picked up. I was like, wait a minute, this looks like spam. Well, Forza is a game that did not go well when it was released, but it's not like on a on the same scale as something like the fucking day before. Like, that's just, that game is just all new levels of low. Like that, like it's got nothing on the day before in terms of how bad they botched it. I say botched it, more like how much they fucking lied to their audience. I know Forza is guilty of it too, but it's the day before is like one of those like monumental scales sort of things where it's like just that bad. Forza Horizon 6 takes place in Canada, except it's only snow. So everyone's least favorite, so the majority of players' least favorite part about Horizon 4, except all the time. Forza actually did the opposite. They were too honest with it. Yeah, they were very honest about it. You're right. They probably thought that by them being like, you know, kind of upfront and like being honest with it, they thought there would probably be like, oh hey, you see, they probably thought like, you know, their player base would see it and be like, oh okay, but all it ended up doing was just pissing off everybody. Especially since the things they were like mentioning about the game just made it seem like the game was worse off. It was worse off as a result. All right, I'm gonna take the chance to look at what was my phone saying was a spam message. Oh yeah, that is definitely spam. All right, I like how they give you Grand Valley pretty early. I'm gonna drive my Zonda LM. I don't think I've even used this car yet since I won it, so yeah, it's not even got still has all the assists on and everything, so I've definitely not used this car yet. Well, anyways, apart from being routinely disappointed by modern video gaming, I think Forza needs another reboot. It's another reboot, but this time they try to be like, we swear it's a reboot this time, and they just go back to the logos they were using like for Forza 1 and 2. They're like, see, this is a true reboot. Smile. Most disappointing movie I've ever seen? I remember seeing Sucker Punch when it was in theaters many years ago because my buddies were interested in seeing it, and we all just came out of that being like, yeah, that film kind of sucked. This is back when I actually still had buddies. This is back when I actually still had friends to go do real life things with. I don't have that. I don't have that now where I live, sadly. Saw the Avatar. Oh my god, you saw that fucking film. Ooh, I am so sorry, Husky. The fact that you were able to come out of it saying, "Ah, it's okay," is like, is even that is honestly astounding to me. I've never seen any of the Dragon Ball films. Well, although that's also just because Dragon Ball's not my thing, so... I was 11 at the time, wasn't really good at making good decisions. I mean, I'm 28 years old and I still don't make good decisions.
What, are we talking about Dragon Ball Evolution?
We're talking about... The question in chat was, what's the most... someone was asking, like, what's the most disappointing movie you've seen? And Meister's answer was, for them, it was probably the Dragon Ball Evolution film.
It's either going to be Dragon Ball Evolution or Fast 10, Fast X.
See, I watched Fast 10 and I knew going into it that it wasn't gonna be that good.
I was expecting it to be cheese. I wasn't expecting it to be an unannounced multi-part movie.
I just wasn't expecting it to be even good cheese going into it, honestly. My feeling was they just jumped the shark ages ago and just should have let it end after the 7th one.
Oh, absolutely.
Because now it just seems like they're just desperately trying to find ways to keep it going. And it's just like there's literally nothing else you can tell at this point. Everything else is just at this point everything is starting to make less and less sense. And even with my brain disconnected from my head, even I know that this is starting to, even I'm starting to say, okay, maybe it's time to wrap it up, guys.
Fuck Vin Diesel.
Fast X can't be disappointing. We knew it was gonna suck.
It never really was about street racing. It was a heist/action movie centered around car cultures.
Well, the thing is, the first two movies, at least, the first few movies, at least, were still mostly grounded in that. Like, even though the first one technically had like heist involvements and stuff, it was still more grounded in like the car culture and stuff. And then after the third movie, they started going away from that because we're not making enough money. But let's just make it big cheese from this point onwards. And I mean, considering the money they've made since by going in that direction, it's easy to see why they did that. But it's like, you know, it's like they peaked with like the 5th and the 7th films, and then they haven't been able to do that. They haven't been able to replicate that since. And honestly, they need to stop trying. Actually, I say they need to stop trying. They already have stopped trying with going by the quality of the films. Sorry, I know I'm kind of going on with it a bit. It's just, yeah, I could just tell how I felt, I guess, to be fair, thinking about it, that film did disappoint me now, thinking about it. So that does relate to said topic. I remember seeing promos of it, and as a kid, I'd wonder, where's Goku? Where's the Dragon Ball stuff? Where is film?
I mean,
where is the movie?
Granted, it was more of a Dragon Ball, not Dragon Ball Z thing, but still.
I think even for just Dragon Ball without the Z standards, I think it was probably still just, I'm gonna presume, bad. I wouldn't know. I'm not a Dragon Ball person of any sort, so I haven't seen a Fast and Furious movie in theater since the 6th one 10 years ago. Maybe except for the 7th movie, it doesn't seem like I'm missing much. I mean, you're not. Canonically, the film should have, the franchise should have ended with the 7th film, but of course we're not allowed such good things. I'm so mad right now. I hate the fact that the S-Class is actually pretty badly balanced in this game, because of the cars it puts you up with.
See, but Goku was the main character. They didn't have Krillin.
I like that now I pull out my GT1 and now there's like no R390, not even a 787B. Just now the game's just rubbing it in. Jesus, the back end of this thing likes to slip out on me suddenly. Yeah, that is pretty much Hollywood. It's just like mostly anything that's large and wealthy. It's not about quality or looking after its people or the greater goods or what's morally right or all those sort of things. It's just about what the faceless business suits want, and all they want is profits. It's all about the green and nothing else matters. Quality be damned.
It's taking a lot in my power not to make the Metallica joke.
I see. As a not regular listener of the band, and to be honest, not really the biggest fan of the band. The reference would go over my head probably. Husky said Arkady said Metallica.
This is what Metallica's like in concert. Woohoo song! Woo yeah, guitar, woohoo song.
So basically, I sleep.
No, they put on a good show.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Okay. I won't push on the matter. Isn't that just a Kiss concert too? No, fuck Kiss. Anything that has Gene Simmons involved with it can go fuck itself.
Wait, why do we not like Gene Simmons again?
Gene Simmons is a massive piece of shit and has been for a very long time.
Oh, he's a massive pizza.
No, he's just a massive piece of shit. Don't even shorten it up. Like, he's like that bad. Like he's always been like an actual pile of shit. Thought you're talking about the band. Ah, yes, my favorite band. Just the band. The band of bands.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, he's a really terrible person, and has been for a very long time. Also a person who has genuinely no understanding of what quality is, because he's like, quality is defined by the masses. It's like, no, quality is always a subjective thing, and you don't, and from you having that perspective in life means you don't know anything about quality. Silly story of mine, when I was younger, I was at a meeting hall whose walls I would rub my hands on and run because the wall rub sounded similar to the GT1 sound from GT3. Like, look guys, I'm my own Toyota GT1. Yeah, the F50 GT is still one that annoys me because I really wish that car was able to go racing. Oh my god, is that a Toyota GT1 race car 99 reference? But I'm in the road car. You can tell because it's just all red, and also has the also has the quad exhausts rather than just the dual exhausts. Imagine driving this on the road. No, it's just like you're given the car to drive, and the person was using the quote unquote storage compartment, which is actually just the fucking fuel tank, and then the car just sits there and be like, how the fuck do you get this thing to move? See, that's the neat thing. You don't. That is genuinely how Toyota tried to get around to the regulations about storage space. They claimed like they claimed that if the fuel tank was empty, it could be used as a storage compartment. This is absolutely 100% true, I believe. Yeah, they said it had to be road legal, not drivable.
Smile.
The Diablo GT only ever raced with JGTC, and it wasn't successful, but was loved by everybody. I mean, Gran Turismo probably has a lot to do with that, but also just because it's a Diablo and racing, it's just a very interesting car on its own to begin with. Okay, that's probably gonna be one of the longer ones. At least one way around. But now I got Laguna Seca. Gonna use this NSX that I got earlier.
Oh boy.
Mostly just want to use it because I don't think I've used it at all yet, so finally gives me a chance to actually drive said car. Oh, Joe, keeping it very, very tight, very close.
Whoa!
Don't worry about it. It's fine. Just became a bike for a second, that's all. I am a tire.
Do-do-do-do-do.
Oh, jeez. They're both fine, honestly. It's like I just like the NA NSX regardless if it's the pop-ups or the facelifted one with the fixed headlights. It's just a nice car. I just had to take a quick sip.
Sip.
Yeah, it makes sense why for a lot of people's favorites would be the NSX-R. My favorite is the NSX-R GT. Alright, I'm gonna go to bump review for a bit.
This is the bumper view part of the show.
I'm not really much of a pop-up headlight person either. Like, it's like some people like get so crazy about it because like, oh, but the headlights are cool. I'm like, it's just one more thing to potentially break on the car, realistically. Also, modern design language for cars would make it so that having a car with pop-up headlights would look awful. I have to check that. I'm gonna have to check. I'll probably have to check my mailbox after I'm done streaming tonight. My oldest sister said she was sending a couple things, a couple packages. One or two of them was supposed to get here today, and then another one likely on Saturday, which. But I checked earlier. I checked like around noon, and there was nothing there yet. So I'll have to see. Oh. Yeah, I saw that Daiki Kashu's music got an official release. So a lot of stuff from like GT7 is actually listable, and that you can actually properly like stream and stuff. Not that I'm gonna stream it, because I like to. I'm still one of those people who likes to just have all my music locally on my storage, because fuck Spotify. So hi, Chicane. All right, back to the outside view for the last lap. But yeah, it's something I saw not long before I started streaming, that apparently this stuff's on YouTube and Spotify now. I suppose probably maybe the one good thing about Spotify is you don't have to use it for like you don't have to use it for their catalog. You can just use like I think it does work with like local music on your drive. So although I'm wondering if does it still work with like the volume normalization tool that they have for that, because to be fair, it may not be my favorite thing in the world, volume normalization, but for streaming purposes, it would probably be better. Because then that way every track is a consistent volume. Because I usually use Music Bee, right? I currently use Music Bee as my player, and there are some songs that, because they're not as loud as other tracks, like you can hear it in the volume, so they don't come through as clearly, like when I'm streaming.
I'll be back.
But yeah, I'll have to look through the stuff that's on there. Okay, Laguna is done. So now that leaves Rome and Tahiti for Area B. You know what? Let's have some fun. Let's just use one of my fucking Formula cars. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. If everything's fine, nothing to worry about. Theoretically, if I really just wanted to get through this quickly, all these quickly, I should just use like one of these. I should just use like one of my Formula cars throughout all of them. But then that would get a little bit boring if I just stuck to those cars only. Oh, I thought this had 6 gears. It does not. It only has 5. It is just comical thinking about how quick this just jolts around the track. And it's not even the best Formula car in the game. I actually have the best Formula car in the game now. I have the FO94S. Oops. Stone Age F1 car. Again, I keep doing that, but I have to keep remembering it's 5 gears of this thing, not 6. I'm good with gear and knowing my car inside and outside. And onside. Sometimes still hard to get that to work properly with some of these cars. Oops! I might have committed a felony against those cones. Yeah, that's quite a lot of people who are car aficionados, honestly, Bubba. Is that if you're really someone who loves them a lot, you're not really worried about design and performance as much as the next person would be, and there's nothing wrong with that. Shame this isn't long enough because I'm not going to be able to lap any of them. Cone Villain Origin Story GT4 coffee break. So where did it all start? Well, it involved a field of cones and a convertible Daihatsu Copen. Shout out to that one last song in Lost World you literally never hear in the game for more than like 10 seconds. The Lost World's lost song. I would argue. I would probably say that's. I wouldn't say that's probably true, Bubba, about the coffee break being associated more with this cappuccino. H. That's a letter of the alphabet. Hi, Rizzy. Okay. But now that just leaves. So now that just leaves, once I can get to it, Tahiti Circuit for this one. It's so hard to like make out the ones that do not have the thing over it when I have so many that have the thing over it. Hope you're doing well though, Ridzy, as well as everyone else too.
Package arrived.
But I'm waiting for a package.
Micro SD to Vita.
Wow. Yeah, that's totally fair. I hope this year for me doesn't end in a whimper. I hope for the same for me too, but my hopes are not high. I'm just still dreading the fact that I'll be spending Christmas Day by myself. I know because again it's technically because just it's happening. The family get-togethers on Christmas Eve this year for scheduling reasons, but what's with these homies dissing my dirt? Why did they got a front? Yo, who the fuck is dissing me? Why are they fronting? It's a high Lotus. I got wheezed on. Wait. No, that's just Jimmy. I got Weezered on. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just gonna have to try and do I'll probably do like a stream or something on Christmas Day just to kind of keep my mind off of shit. I mentioned this the last time. I mentioned this last night during the Hot Pursuit 2 stream. I'm just not looking forward to the fact that I'm just gonna be like, oh my god, I got a doorbell ring. Hang on, I'll be right back.
Hello, everyone. You have me to entertain you. I'm going to play you the digestion song.
You take some chocolate and some lobster and some eggs and some pie, and then you mix it in your body and shit it all out.
This has been the digestion song. And
On the first day of Christmas, my true love gave to me beer.
I have thoroughly entertained this dream.
All right, I'm back. So, yeah, one of those packages I was waiting on. I believe are from my sister Candace. Came in. They're from Amazon, technically. I think they're still. I think she said to wait till they were all here, which I think is another one Saturday to open. But you know that Candace is my oldest sister. She still lives back at home in Ontario. But I know but yeah, so like. I was kind of surprised because you know it just said they're just like Amazon packages, so I'm not really sure what it was, but one of them felt like a game, like the size of it was a game case. So, and as it turns out, it is a game case. I think she got me a physical copy of Stray for the Xbox, aka the cat game, the kitty game. Which is ironic because my cat just jumped up onto my lap. Well, I guess maybe as an off stream, I'll have to play the cat game now. But I guess she must have been told that I got an Xbox recently or something, because I don't remember ever telling her about that. But that is very nice of her. Is a complete surprise. I was not expecting that. I thought like it was going to be something that actually had like her name on it or something, but these are just all like Amazon packages. So what's this other one then? Because this is also Amazon. What the fuck? Is this just a light kit? I gotta look. I have to look this one up because I am confused. Says light-a-ling LED kit or something. That's what it says on it. I don't know. I've never heard of this. They got like a website, but yeah, it says lighting LED kit, and it's supposed to be. It says item number LGK564, which is Too Fast, Too Furious Skyline GTR. So is this like an actual? Is this actually the car, or is this just the lights? I'll figure it out another time because I don't want to spend too much time just sitting here thinking about it. But that was, yeah, I wasn't expecting any of that. That's really nice of her, though. She didn't have to do any of that for me. I didn't expect anything. I think it's the first time in ages, though, I've gotten like a game for Christmas. I know it's a few days early, but that's really sweet of her, though. But I was not expecting to get the cat game. And also, it's Candace with an A, by the way, not an I. But yeah, I was not expecting that in the slightest. Y'all are spelling her name wrong. It's not with an I. It's with a second A. Yeah. I think this is the first time in a very long time I've ever gotten something like that from her. Although I suspect it probably helps that I sent her a card with like a Tim's card in it or something, which probably helps. I didn't even realize you were here, Gabe. I don't think you said anything until now. But you have but good luck with your new job tomorrow, buddy.
Good luck, man.
Now, she said there was supposed to also potentially be another thing on Saturday. So those two things might not be the only things. I know she said wait till I had them all, but it's like it's hard for me to tell when they're Amazon packages, and it just shows my name. In all fairness. And plus, you know, that child instinct. Actually, I'll probably message her. Oh, now my kitty just really wants attention. She knows now because I said cat game, or I mentioned Stray, the cat game. She's just... Oh, Clementine, what am I gonna do with you? Okay, so Area B is done. Let me go ahead and take. Oh, whoops! I'm gonna go ahead and take a quick look at the progression, so I can update that onto the screen. 67.7% now.
We're so close to 69.
Yes. Progression. And now my cat is resting on my leg.
We're off the rails now.
Okay, so let's go. Let's go see what the two new cars I would have gotten are. I know in the last one it was like an older Miata and the C West Razo Silvia for Area B. So Area C we get reverse Swiss Alps and reverse Trial Mountain. Then we also got Deep Forest, Special Stage Route 5, Seattle, and then the fucking test course. Did we get any new rally cars for that one? I think I did. I don't recall the Delta HF Integrale being unlocked at this point. At least I don't think it was. And then yeah, C class. Yeah, so nothing new in C class, obviously. Okay, B class, we've got the Audi TT unlocked, the 1.8T Quattro.
Woo.
Which yeah, so then A class still doesn't have anything, and then yeah, S class also didn't get anything. So I think it was the Delta. It was the Delta, and then the that Audi TT for Area B. I'll probably just use the Delta now then. Fuck it, why not? Sorry, just 1 second. Sorry, there's just something I was just checking for myself real quick.
Nope, you're good.
I like how everyone had like a comment to mention because of fucking test course being unlocked. It's just one of those tracks. It's like it just kind of brings out something in people. You know, I could be doing a better job at driving said car. Fucking the NASCAR DLC for GT5 had the perfect opportunity to bring back test course, and they just said no. Well, they said no because they're like, we can do one better. We can make Special Stage Route X. And it's just absurdly long. No, it's not. And yeah, at least test scores can be restored in GT5 thanks to the master mod, because the files are technically there until after 2.11. That's why they tell you not to update past 2.11, because you don't want to do that. Special Stage X, more like Sausage Stage X. Let's Sausage Stage X. Medicinal pill circuit. Track looks like a sausage. Honestly, I always looked at the shape of Root X and thought, yeah, that's literally just a cucumber track. It's like an extra long Twinkie. I haven't had a Twinkie in ages. Hello, Lemon, by the way. Tic Tac Raceway. Oh, Kitty, please. You're making this a little bit difficult for me to rest my arm down because of where you're sitting. Have my right arm kind of crooked upwards now as a result, so I don't end up squishing her. Okay, yeah, she just messaged me back. I was asking her if that was like all of them, because she said like 1 or 2 on Thursday and then the other on Saturday. So I was wondering if maybe one of them maybe it was just 2 of them, and that maybe if the other one didn't come today, it'd be Saturday. But no, apparently there is. She just told me there's another one on Saturday. So, oh boy, makes me curious to know what that one's gonna be. Before it's Cat Game 2. Yeah, sorry, just checking her messages real quick. Yeah, I'm doing good, by the way. Sorry, Lemon. I was just catching up with everything. Tonight, Haribo Raceway. Dude, do you get a free pack of gummy bears when you finish? Baguette Raceway. James drives a Tic Tac. A Twinkie earlier. Well, I think the thing is, Canadian Twinkies might not be the same as American Twinkies. Like, remember when Twinkies disappeared off the market for a period of time? Yeah, I don't think that ever happened here in Canada, because they're made by a different distributor. USB-C port Raceway. All right. Fuck it. What do I want to drive this time? Oh, I know. I'll drive my Tommy Kyra. Just yeah, here's these race cars and then just me, Tommy Kyra, and it's fucking Tommy Kyra.
Let's see how well this one
I've never been able to experience Butterfingered BBs. I don't know if they were a thing in Canada or not when they were still a thing to begin with. Wonder Ball, I don't know what that is. Toothless the Dragon looking car. Oh my god. Little Debbie chocolate chip mini cakes. I have to remember which ones those were. Ow. Damn it. Yogos. The fuck's a Yogo? It sounds like Yogo just sounds like some portable yogurt that based snack. Just judging by the name. So they were yogurt based, like yogurt candies. Huh. Fruit flavored.
I don't remember those.
I've never heard of a Yogo until now. I don't know if maybe it was not a Canadian thing or not, or they were when they were around at the time. I just wasn't familiar with it. I have no idea. Sounds like yogurt stored in yo-yos to me. Yeah, just you could have like a yo-yo, and then you can and then you could use, and then the words are hard. Ow! My phone is going off again. It's just a little lighthearted thing from Candace. Okay, Go-Gurt I've heard of. I know what Go-Gurt is. But I'm guessing they're not the same. It's a great way to get a warm yogurt surprise. Ayo? The only other time I was that mad at something being discontinued was when Pizza Hut got rid of the chocolate dunkers. Nah, I'm not familiar with what that is. The pizza where I live, they have like a chocolate based. They have like chocolate brownies and then like a chocolate chip cookie pizza thing. Which, in all fairness, they're not the only one in my area to do that, because Papa John's also does the same thing with both of those. At least in terms of the dessert stuff. But I don't know what a chocolate dunker is. American only limited time thing. Ah, yes, me, the Canadian, just sitting here like, man, why don't we get any of this shit?
Because you have actual health and food and health standards?
Mostly. Not entirely, though. They got rid of French Toast Crunch. It's like a better version of Cinnamon Toast Crunch. Dude, if I saw a box of French Toast Crunch, I'd buy that in a fucking heartbeat. No Go-Gurt comes in the pouch. Yogos were like yogurt balls. Ah, okay. Well, I knew what I remember hearing what Go-Gurt was. But I just never heard of Yogo before. There's one food item that was recently there's one food item that was recently discontinued that I wanted to try. The Choco Taco. The Choco Taco. Is that just a chocolate taco? I had the opportunity to do so, but I didn't.
Ice cream taco.
Oh, chocolate ice cream taco. Okay. Had the opportunity to do so, but I didn't because I didn't know it would get pulled off the shelves. It's one of the worst things about like food stuff. It's like you see something that interests you, you're not able to get around to it immediately, and by the time you're finally able to get around to it, it's gone. Happens infuriatingly more often than I'd like to admit. I don't know why it was so hard for me to say the word admit. It's like my brain just forgot what the word was called. Oh yeah, Oreo O's. I think Oreos have been here for quite a while now. At least up north here. What happens to me is I usually try something, really like it, and then the store discontinues it immediately. It's like, congratulations, you've had your free sample. That's the free sample, but even though it's not free, you've had your one stop. Now that's all you get, no more. And then everyone gets fucked over as well as a result. Did I just say banana pizza? I don't think so. Enjoy. Now order it online maybe, and hope that it's not expired or that by the time it gets to your door, it doesn't arrive all crushed up. Ow. Well, it's remixes of Masahiro Endo music, so yes and no. Okay, Deep Force now. We gotta go Vertigo. Yeah. How to Trade Your Tommy Karazen 2 looked fun. 11 out of 10 would watch again. Oh god, this thing does. I forgot. This thing does not get off the line very well, like at all. It's not good. Uh-oh. But we're good. I think. Of course, for this one, it puts me up against the three amigos of this fucking class, the 787B R390 and the GT1. Wait, no, it puts me up against two of them. I'm fucking stupid. There's no GT1 in this. I'm just brainant. Yeah, James Games. The music is from GT4, but it's like it is like a remix composition from like a thing in Los Angeles called the Bad or the BAD. That's the people that, yeah. The best FR race car? That is a bold claim. Ow! Stop it. Do I go again? Oh Jesus, I nearly just caused myself to lose it. Oh, excuse me. Oh no. Everything's fine. I just had to touch grass. Imagine touching grass. I know, right? Imagine you consume green. Del Taco is better than Taco Bell. I wouldn't know. I don't have a Del Taco where I live.
Get the Del Taco.
I don't think Del Taco's even in Canada, so that's probably never a thing that's gonna happen unless I visit America for some reason. Gonna just go up to a Del Taco and be like, hey, do you know how to work a sign yet? And be able to say the word fresh avocado without putting unnecessarily long spaces, so it just looks like it just seems like someone's just having a seizure or a siege. I don't know why I would say that. I guess I couldn't think of a better term. Or someone who's dyslexic. There you go. Thank you.
Either way, they're trying their best.
Only in the Southwest U.S. So so basically, I would never get. Wait, that just goes back to what I just fucking said. They're probably not a Canadian thing. Look, my brain doesn't work.
I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna put my video on this charge and hopefully download stuff while I'm sleeping.
There's a Del Taco near me that existed until 2016. I like their burritos and burgers were not bad. Fair and valid. Shout out Guillermo del Taco. Good director. Oh Jesus, oh Jesus. I nearly could have thrown that all away, but I just kept it together long enough. Just. That's time for, now it's night time. Oh dear. Oh dear. at least no salvo, right? What do you... That feeling where I probably would have had a slightly easier time if I'd used this in the previous race rather than that vertigo. Oh well. I still won, doesn't matter. So long as whatever helps get me those toasty dubs. Oops. What's funny is Barstow is pretty much the halfway between LA and Vegas on I-15, as well as being the beginning end slash end point of I-40, results in a lot of traffic through the city daily. Now the question is the traffic any good there? Is it at least serviceable? Or is it just another Florida simulator? Only driven through an I-15, so can't really say in terms of the city itself. I joke that it would be like a Florida simulator, but let's be honest. There's most traffic in general is just Florida simulator, regardless of if you're actually in Florida or not. You ever need a good you ever need a good idea of how balanced this class is? You can just look at the feet. You can just look at how all the rest of the cars piled up, and then you got a fucking 787B here, and it's like, lol. There. Okay. Nighttime is over for now. But now it's time to go to America.
America. Fuck yeah.
America. Raspberry. The fuck do I want to use for this one? I'll use a Camaro. I'm not the only Camaro in this. It's a green one. No, that's not a green one. That's a blue one. Initially, the distance it looked a bit green. It looked like it was the green one, but now it's the blue one. Ow! Oh, the brakes on this are not the best. The lack of brakes on this thing is the reason they stopped producing Camaros. Smile. Oh my god. This is going a bit worse than I was expecting, to be totally honest.
Well, it's because you got an R390 in the field.
It's got more to do than just the R390, dummy. Talk about in terms of driving, actually driving this thing. It's easier to blame the R390. Fair point.
Me just realizing, oh shit, I have to go here.
You have to what?
I more than likely have to go to downtown Seattle tomorrow to pick up something.
Have fun. See, everything's fine. See, what's this worry about an R390? See, this could, if I could just drive like, you know, how you actually drive and race car, I can pass an R390 with this thing. Oh, but it keeps fucking doing that.
What, sliding?
It already looks like a fish. It doesn't need a fishtail. And my cat's back again. Oh, come on, cat. Not in front of the screen.
No, Dad, I'm gonna bother you in front of the screen.
She moved pretty quickly. That's the thing though. Every time I've had Del Taco, the tacos were actually. I like how now we're just going back to Del Taco again. Apparently, the tacos are actually fresh, which is great. Do prefer Del Taco's burritos over Taco Bell's, but still eat the Taco Bell burritos on occasion, as well as the chalupa, both meat and chicken. Again, as being a Canadian, I cannot Del my taco.
You cannot free Shibaka,
No.
I gotta dip for a bit. I'll be back later.
Alright. And it's just me again. All alone. A ship of thesis. It's the thing I've been hearing, at least I've heard the term ship of thesis lately, but I don't know what the fuck that is. Sorry, I'm dealing with something real quick. Ugh. Okay. Theory about a ship having all its parts replaced. The philosophical question is, at one point, if do you consider it a different ship, if ever? Or at what point do you consider it a different ship? I mean, yeah, I suppose it just depends on who you ask. My feeling is, if you replace all the main parts of a ship that allows the ship to function as a ship, then it's a different ship. At least that's where I stand on the matter. But the question is, do you would you ship that? Smile. Oh, sorry, I had a kernel stuck in my mouth. The same things we said, a refurbished console or completely retrofitted car. Well, in terms of consoles, the main thing I mostly just want to do, apart from PS5 acquisition for the few small reasons, is to have I still want to get my Xbox 360 modded. Relates to this scene of a comedy show, Only Fools and Horses, about one guy maintaining his broom for 20 years, replaced 17 heads and 14 handles. So that's a lot of effort just to maintain a broom. Oh boy, it's time for everybody's favorite track. Time to go around in circles. How is it the same bloody broom? So what is the test? The test is a course. Ooh, I should have made, maybe I probably should have made these gears a bit longer. Actually, it's got a bit more on the red line than I thought it did. Actually might still be, it actually might be still be okay. Oh yeah, I think we should be okay. Yeah, I'm going fast now. It's just this camera angle. Get real. Course is a course of a course. Okay, yeah, I thought they'd be maybe keeping up a bit more, but they're not. I don't need to make further adjustments to this thing. Yeah, it is at least a lot better than the stock transmission, where PD literally decided, hey, where should the top speed of the Zonda top out at? 140? Done. The course of Theseus. How many times can you pave it until it becomes a different, better track? When does the test course become a smooth course? Designed to test your patience. I mean, it's a good theory. Oops. Oh, whoops. Tits course. Gran Turismo 3 beats GTA San Andreas on best-selling PS2 game. That was the secret. To retake the spot it had many years ago, it just needed a course with tits. All right, well, there's the oval done. That should be area C done now. Yep. Oh, we have 4 reverse tracks next. So reverse 246. Oh wait, hang on. Should check see what else unlocked. Probably something in A class now. Yep. Concept Mazda RX-8 was one that I just unlocked, and then the fucking Gilded Vertigo for Class S. Complex G-string, GT3 game of the decade. Slight indentation at top and bottom of straightaways to make cleavage. Applause at the PD offices. Finally. Oh, I forgot to check the how much percent I'm on. I'll do that after this race. You know what the worst part is probably going to be? I'm going to check that screen again, and I'm going to be just over 69%, and I'll just be like, fuck. Kazunori Yamauchi. Oh my fucking god. That is too clever of an uwu joke. That's bannable. Jesus. Just everyone's reaction to that. Just, oh my god, what the fuck? It's like, how could you do such a thing? Dear God. Fuck. Just live on the world, just live on a life of chaos, and then suddenly everything is felt differently. I wish there was a disappointed face emoticon. I would have made a more impactful reply. Well, look, if the day ever comes where I'm able to get like an actual like Derg base for myself and not just what I've been using, which is like this public one. If I ever get that, if that day ever comes, I want to see if I can, and I'm able to ever get money to do so. I'd totally get like commissions and stuff to get like emotes for the chat. That is like one thing I would really like to be able to do in the future. But I don't have muns. I just have nuns. I don't have muns, I just have nuns. Fuck. I keep taking such a terrible angle there. Yes, I'd like to report that I am an excellent driver, and with like after you add like 27 separate quotation marks. We hit that 200, boys. The spree. Oh. I go the spree and then I immediately hit a wall. You know, just seems appropriate. Derg blocks a unit could be 200 ass fucks for all we know. Yeah, 200 ass fucks and 200 ass fucks per hour would be quite the accomplishment. New record that. Yes, hello Akis. Something I never actually considered until James literally just pointed it out, that my little thing actually blocks the thing that reads miles an hour. So it really could just be 200 of whatever you want. Just 200 of whatever your imagination just runs wild with. 200 Derg head pats a minute. Jesus. You'd have to be doing that. You'd have to be patting my head pretty quickly to do that. To 135 liters. Damn, this Formula One car has got endurance. 200 miles Morales. Brain damage. That's literally me after what I just crashed into. Although then again, I was kind of just born with brain damage, so. I like how two separate people mentioned brain damage. It's like 200 head pats a minute. Yeah, my brain, my health points, my SP bar. Like this is a Tokyo Extreme Racer game or something. I haven't used this car yet, so I felt like using it. What is that exhaust? Wait, what? That's where that's like normal. That's like normal for a. It's like normal for a JGTC car of this era for the exhaust to be in that position. Like, see, there's even a couple Supras here, and theirs are just like that too. I also like how there's just randomly a fucking Ford Falcon V8 supercar in here. That is the fuel art, isn't it? I'm just a fucking idiot. It's on the side, is it not? Or at least I think. What? Now I'm just confusing myself because brainant. Have American power too? Well, not in this car. Ow! I thought the same and didn't hear anything to the contrary until earlier this year. It's like, my life was a lie! I don't know what's up and down anymore. What if they're all just electric cars with engine speakers and that's just the AC power plug? Damn, we already had electric technology for these cars, but many years earlier. I also keep forgetting to check the fucking percentage screen. I said I'd do that last race and I didn't. I started when I started today. I was like I was at 60.8%, just by doing the first two areas in arcade mode. I've already jumped up about just under. Actually, shit, that's a good point. I've started at 60.8%. last time I checked, it was at 67.7%. That means I jumped up 6.9%. Nice. See, there's a silver lining in all of it. It works out in the end after all, even if it's not, you know. I actually will be curious to where I am. I'm probably going to be in the 70s by the time I check it again. Well done. Well done, Pennzoil Skyline. You kind of missed your braking cue. McRae Rally 3 does not have the Martini logo on the Ford Focus. Neither does the Lancia Delta rally car in this game. It has the Martini livery, but the logo, the Martini logo, the actual words that spell out Martini are completely blackened out. Just replaced with the Ford logo. Apparently one hole's for fuel and the other is to vent from the fuel tank. I presume this has some kind of automatic seal or internal baffle to prevent fuel coming out. Yeah, probably. Well, congratulations. My day is now changed forever. Those are in fact not the exhausts on the car. Baffling to know. You are baffled. This is some groundbreaking shit that we're discovering here, ladies and gentlemen. Watch as your reality goes down the... Oh, I lost my sense of reality many years ago. I was once just a person living in what we call a society. Now I'm just here. Oh my gosh. I don't know why that raid sound came in so late, but it came in. Hi, Russell. I hope you enjoyed. I hope y'all enjoyed the Rust stream. I'm sure many of you from Rust's stream know who I am, but if by the off chance you do not, my name is Thunder. I am a blue Durg who plays racing games, pretends I'm good at racing games, but mostly just acts like an idiot and drives like an idiot. So if that's your thing, why don't hit that follow button, because it would greatly help. And if not, then I hope you just enjoyed Russell's stream nonetheless. Oh, and we got a dang button request. Like, look at it. Yeah, look at it. Also, hello there as well, Rory K. But yeah, it is, as you can see though, it is just me. It is just me at the moment. And lone venturer. I would say Rory, Rory, I think GT2 and GT4 are better GT games than this, but I still really like playing GT3, so it's still like in that Mount Rushmore of GT games for me. My Mount Rushmore would be, ironically enough, 2, 3, 4, and 5. They think... Oh yeah, Pro Street. I gotta play through Pro Street again soon at some point. I mean, of course I will eventually get to it, because I'm not... Once I get to that NFS like because of the order that I'm doing it. Who needs a remaster when you could just mod it? Smile. Hint, hint. Also, thank you for the follow, Rory K, buddy. I appreciate it. All right, now let me make sure to actually check the percentage this time, so I can update my my stream title. 72.3%. Oh my god, I'm nearly 3/4 of the way there. It's funny how like the last couple parts I was doing, I was very slowly getting percentage. I didn't realize how much of that percentage counts towards the fucking arcade mode. Right, reverse Rome now. Delicious numbers. I'll use my FTO again. Especially now that Russell is here, because we need to bring out base car. I know I technically used this for the Super Speedway well enough, but I love this car enough to use it again. We're driving a James Bond car? Just imagine they make a new 007 film and just James Bond just drives a fucking Mitsubishi FTO. That'd be kind of base, not gonna lie. NFS Pro Street E and B HD graphics mod 2023 4K HQ full download link in description. A GT 2000, that's... There's, Aki's, I think you're a bit mistaken. GT 2000 is a tech demo, not a car. Unless you mean 2000 GT, in which case that's actually already happened. Oh, a 2000 Eclipse GT. Okay. I thought that was a song that... What song is titled GT 2000? Because everyone makes the jokes about that game, but the song that plays is not called GT 2000, it's called Mirage. And no, not like the Mitsubishi. Yeah, I think it was it was it Thunder? I thought it was you. I thought the convertible 2000 GT was from You Only Live Twice. Because that's the one where Sean, like, you know, Sean Connery's Bond goes to Japan, I believe, is You Only Live Twice. Oh, we're talking about the FTO. Okay, my bad. I am a stupid. I mastered in stupidology. Yeah, they literally had to make a 2000 GT into a convertible. It's literally a one-off to that car. The only reason it's a convertible because Sean Connery's was too big to fit into a regular 2000 GT. Or, in other words, too tall, I think, is the more appropriate. Yeah, it's the song is called Mirage, and it's technically also in this game. Although the version that's in GT 2000 is an early version of the song. It's also just as a tech demo, it's not very. It's honestly not very interesting. Don't focus on your. Don't worry about me, but just focus on yourself more than anything. You just look after yourself. Well, when I'm saying that, I'm saying like don't apologize that you had to like leave for a moment. Is what I'm saying. Like if something comes up or you go to do something else, that's fine. I'm not gonna hold it against you or anything. Thank you, Slayu. The problem is some people will... what? Whoops. Oh, and ding button. Damn it! Damn. That one was guttural. I mean, I don't know, Akis, are you? Yeah, I'm just gonna probably just stick to mostly using these Scudos. I kind of just want to get through most of these rally ones. The cheat button. You mean the cheat vehicle, smile. Also, Russ, I was trying to... Did you witness the FTO in the previous... that I was using in the previous event? Because he didn't say anything during it. I was concerned. Good. Just making sure. Smile. Oh my god. I put full downforce on it, so it's not the entire tune. My main issue is this game doesn't let you reset your tunes back to default, so it's like I don't exactly know what the default values are anymore. Oh no. Like how I managed to hit that in such a harsh way. Oh, where is that? The Suzuki Grand Vitara from Rally Sport Challenge 1? You wonder if you know how they live in Tokyo. They wanted to. That's all I wanted to say about that. I'm not quoting the rest of that because that song is... To be honest, that Tokyo Drift song kind of sucks, to be perfectly honest. It's not very good. I know it's a bit of a hot take to potentially say that, but... Because the thing is, most people... To ask most people who've listened to, who are at least familiar with the song, do you recognize? You probably mostly just recognize it for the fucking tone at the start of the song, or the fucking female voices, and then mostly everything else you probably don't remember. Mostly everything else is just a blur. It's not apart from those apart from the opening hook and the female vocalist bit. There's like nothing. There's like nothing else about that song that I remember. It's all just all the other vocals and stuff in that. It just comes to me, just enters my brain and leaves my brain as nothing more than word salad. Oh no 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 no. What do you mean this car sucks? It's the greatest vehicle ever made, Smile. And I've just slapped the Citroen. What is it that you need help with? What I need is company, because I am all by myself. A copy of Windows 32-bit, my processor can run 64-bit. If I install the OS twice, do I get 64-bit? That's not how that works. You want to what you need is a oh fuck, I did not mean to put it in automatic. You know what? I can't be bothered just to go back and fix that, so fuck it. We'll just We'll just deal with it. Suzuki Jimny Hendrix Scudo experience, very good. Well, I do have chat, but the lonesome feelings, man, they don't just leave. Oh no! Bangs door. Careful now. That door still needs to be able to be and door. I'm sure if there were like other changes I made to this, I could probably get it to handle a bit better. But I don't remember what the default settings for this car are, because this game doesn't let you just go back to default settings, annoyingly. It's also one of the other reasons I wanted to use. Oh my god! It's one of the other reasons I also wanted to use the Escudo here, because just I'm really not a big fan of Tahiti Maze, honestly. I'm still gonna have to do it in reverse as well. I hope Dirk understands the implications of my binary coded text message over internet relay Twitch chat twitch.tv. I mean, everyone. I always imagine everyone being here spiritually. Just hard sometimes, because I do like a lot of times just the area that the chat that I'm in right now is I usually always try to keep it so that I can have friends come in, but I don't know. It just seems like some days just people don't really want to chat. But you know, I can't force anyone's hand, so it is what it is. My brain does in fact go burr. My brain want, but can only get. Brain things. Like I said, I apologize. Like, sorry, apologies or anything. It's just that part of my brain. It's really just been trying not to think about Christmas Day, knowing that I'm just gonna be fucking alone on Christmas Day. kind of dominating that one part of my brain. Slayu, I do. So here's the thing, Slayu. I do already do that. But the thing is, though, is that I don't do it publicly because in the past, I used to do that back in like 2018 or so back then, and things would get like really out of hand. So it's a lot of it does also come down to somewhat of a trust thing. So like where I'm currently suited, it's a role specific thing. So not everyone, so only certain individuals are able to get in. I know it's a bit ironic for me to be saying this and then say this, but it's just I remember how some of my old streams were, and that was just too much chaos. Had too many people. It was usually too much chaos and stuff, so it's usually only for people I trust. Hang on a second, let me just check something real quick. Ah, fuck, that's right. To be fair, I'm surprised I didn't give that to you already. Me saying that. Also, I think part of the reason I think I don't let everyone in is because there's a part of me that's also like really but no, it's a part of me that like really wants to try. Like, this might sound shitty to say it this way, but there is a part of me that's trying to avoid like the sort of people who are like in a bit like it kind of like in a bit of that the person that kind of just like live in their own land, live in like their own head and kind of just do things without like kind of very off topic and stuff. Either that or people who are like squeakers and whatnot. Which I don't think is most of my server, in all fairness. I think most of my server is at least 18 or older, so. The kind of people that just make you want to say, I love sand. But yeah, it's I don't know, it's just bad scenarios in the past have kind of just make me very cautious. But that, like, it's more of a cautious thing really than anything. But people I trust or people I know are usually always more than welcome, and then if anyone and then what I really should start doing is just being a bit more involved with getting to know some of the other members more. Than who knows, I might be able to grow my list that way. And stop being and that might help me to stop being a bit too fucking close-minded. An email to You're writing an email to Activision support. What did Activision do now, apart from everything? I see. It describes me during real life conversations. In what way, Bubba? Yeah, me too, Rory. Well, I think the thing too is when I'm saying that going from earlier is I don't mind like random conversation. I think the problem, especially during those old 2018 streams, was I think more than anything, people had a tendency to really kind of dominate the conversations and kind of like take over and whatnot. So even during my own things, it was hard for me to get it worded because people would start going on like topics and tangents and stuff, and then I'd be trying to sit here also trying to respond to chat, and that made it a lot more difficult. It's also which is also part of the reason I don't do the public VCs anymore for the streams. That's kind of what I meant by like random, because some people had a very heavy tendency to do that. So it was very hard for me to get something in. It's just a part of my brain again. It just gets, it also just gets lonely and just terrible at trying to keep a conversation by myself. I don't have the chops to just go into something and really build something off of it like others who could just do that without even having to have a second thought. Yeah, no, I get what you're saying, Slayu. It's just that part of me that just needs to get over it's just a part of me that needs to get over myself. Just always very hard on myself for various reasons or another. But I just wish I had just wishing I had a bit more confidence in myself. Okay, where is the percentage? 74.6. So probably by the time I am done arcade mode, I'll be not far off of 80%.
Whoa, yeah.
Well, I'm probably the... Durgs are intimidating, unless you're me. Okay, so Area D was what I just did.
Time for E.
Whoops. Let me actually see what I unlocked first. I'm just a gay intimidating Durg? Damn. What's the difference? Apart from me being gay. Okay, so I got the Z concept for that one, and then S would... What was S? Oh, the Zonda race car. Okay. Alright, well, I haven't used it yet, so let's get this one off my checklist, I guess. I would have used it in... I'm gonna probably still use it in GT mode at some point anyways, but... Whoops. A lot of Durgs are very much aficionados of the El Vegas off-roading. What? I don't know what that is. Hold me, Russ, I am concerned? Question mark? You're fucking gay, as in homosexual. John Marston, American Venom plays in background.
Oh, Vor, Vegas off-road racing, off-roading experience.
I see. Anyways. It's basically a play on words. Got it. Hey, Shirai. No, you're fine. It's just, I just didn't really know how else to respond to that, honestly, I guess. I'm also just being a bit of a shithead right now because of what I was talking about earlier, and make just the bad parts of my brain just getting caught on those bits and just being mad at myself for it. I send you my FTO, please respond.
Pretty sure this is supposed to be Tokyo, not generic city in the West Coast.
I mean it is, but I can understand why someone would make that connection.
Maybe it doesn't have Paris.
You're not looking hard enough. Yeah, this is the last appearance of Route 11 in the game, and after this, they just forgot the track exists, I guess. Don't know why. Don't know why we never got this track back. Okay, just eat it. Yes. Route X, yeah. Yeah, Route X is still around. It is in GT7. GT5 was the first game to introduce it as like DLC. I am good with trying to do the reverse shift trick with Formula cars because you have to be very fucking specific, and I'm not. You drove a patent motor carriage around test course once. Did you do it without falling asleep? You broke the right trigger. What? You broke the right trigger trying to drive a fucking motor carriage around test course? They just don't build them like they used to. No, they really fucking don't, honestly. Just... It's like modern control... Like, here's all these modern controllers for our latest consoles. They should be the best things on the market, and then everyone just... And their mothers just report, hey, stick drift. It's like, this has become a worse problem in recent years. It's like, are we supposed to go forwards, not backwards? Oh my god, we've hit the 75% achieved mark.
Woohoo!
So now I have two of these, which means I'm just gonna sell that one for extra money. All right, reverse deep force now. Use my Astra, why not? If my quick maths is correct, you've got yourself a 1574B. Everyone who says Xbox 360 controllers are nice and tough, am I the only one who's had the opposite experience?
Yes.
Because I find that Xbox, maybe it's just a wired Xbox 360 controller issue, but I find it does not take long for those things for them to start shortening out because of the wire. And also, I really fucking hate the D-pad on those Xbox 360 controllers, and we'll stand by that. Like, I know a lot of people are very nostalgic about the Xbox 360 controller, and there is a lot of good things about it that are good, but I'm gonna be brutally honest when I say I think I prefer the series, the 1/series controllers over it. Which I know it might be a bit of a hot take, especially how I've seen it for the internet. Also, just like one thing I've never been a fan of with the wireless versions is the placement of the battery holder. Just kind of sits awkwardly and kind of serves as like a big lump. So your fingers always brush up against it. Whoops. Like, I don't know, like, I know I'm a bit of I can be a bit weird when it comes to that, but it's really just how I feel, to be totally honest. Like, I get all the endless admiration and praise for the Xbox 360 controller, but to me, it's like, it's a good controller, but I wouldn't call it one of the all-time greatest. Then again, maybe I just need to experience another Xbox 360 controller properly and have it actually last properly. But the problem is nowadays, like, Microsoft stopped making those years ago, and finding good quality used controllers is becoming more and more difficult and more expensive. You're the only person who likes the Duke? Akis, you're not the only person who likes the Duke. Because I like the Duke. Like, if you're someone who has, like, Duke hands, it's great. Even with average hands, I can fuck with the Duke. See? The Duke controller gets a bad rep. Like, honestly, the truth of the matter is, I don't think there's really ever been I don't think there's really ever been a really overly like bad like official Xbox controller. At least I don't think there has been. If there is, I can't think of one. Do you think you're going to utilize Game Pass Ultimate enough to warrant spending for it, Akis? Because that's the thing I would say to people. It's like, if you're thinking about it, then just remember, like, do you think you're gonna actually make use of it, or is it just gonna end up being an expense that that you're gonna look at and be like, why did I do this? The transparent, like the old transparent colored DualShock controllers are fantastic. I miss those. Why did we ever have to start moving away from transparent controllers? The fucking GT1 nearly spun me out, with the bastard. But it's not what?
It's not chic. It's not hip anymore.
Well, I'm sorry, but most things that are quote-unquote chic and hip these days are boring. There, I was able to fight back my position. A reptile pattern Xbox controller. What? Reptile pattern. From one touring car to another. You still around, by the way, Russell? Just curious.
Oh, did Russell raid you?
What's that?
Did Russell raid you or something?
Yeah, they did. I was just asking because I noticed they're elsewhere alone right now. I'm guessing Russell's probably fallen asleep or something.
Maybe.
Fell asleep in voice. Tisk tisk.
I could just be like, hey, Squarepo, we're doing stuff over here.
I mean, that's your prerogative to make. I'm too busy driving the car. Oh, it was a Mad Catz control. That's probably why it wasn't very good then. A C3PO 360 controller. Is that like an official one? Or is that like a third party? Stuff considered hip doesn't even have dem hips. SMFH. Used to have a blue transparent Xbox One controller, but that was the one that had a bright broken right trigger due to its weak mechanism. I have a transparent blue Type S controller sitting in storage, but the only reason I don't use it is because one of the vibration motors is missing. Mostly because I had to remove it because one of the wires came off of it. And just having the one motor kind of annoys me a little bit, so I'm so annoyed about that because I got that controller. It was like a really decent condition blue controller, and I tried to clean it out and like open it up a bit to try to do it clean, and then I accidentally ripped one of the wires from the vibration motors. So now I can't use it without getting annoyed. I still remember. I remember seeing those GameStop controllers. I wish I actually had a few of them, because I had like one that was a Pelican controller, which is basically what the GameStop controllers were eventually. They just changed the branding on it. But I had one of those ones that was Pelican brand, and that controller actually lasted. It didn't just last; it actually felt nice to use too, and had like a hybrid feature with the white and black buttons. It had like extra white and black buttons in the positions on where you would normally see them on like a 360 controller. It was really kind of neat. They're like, for third-party controllers, they were one of the better ones. Also, hello, Hydros. Wow, I can't believe they made 8 whole Tekkens. Thanks, Bamco. Especially love the rubber that was used for the sticks and out of the. Yeah, that's the one thing about the original Xbox controllers that I don't think were as good, was the coating that was the finish that they used for those sticks. They weren't like more proper rubber sticks compared to what they would end up using, ironically, use later anyways. Yeah, honestly, I wish I could just buy like a couple like used original Xbox controllers and then just salvage one of the vibration motors so I could put it back into the blue one to fix that one up. All right. So now for the third consecutive reverse tracks, reverse Seattle.
Oh boy.
And also, God bless Don Panos. Russell had any reason to wake up, now would be the time. Smile.
They're too tired. They just
They're probably asleep.
No, they just pinged me saying they're too tired, TBH.
Oh, I thought they were asleep.
No, they just painted.
I know, you just said that like two times. You don't need to keep repeating it.
You didn't hear me the first time.
I heard you well, I didn't hear you the first time, but I heard you the second time. Anyways, doesn't matter. Cannot find this controller to save my life. What controller? The original Xbox controller? Oh, right, okay. Damn it. Not Mad Catz and it's wireless. Eh? What, did you find a reptile controller? Excuse me.
Excuse me, Jesus.
Excuse me, sir. Thank you, Nissan. Belch jump scare.
You're using burps to get subscribers. I'm unsubscribing.
You have lost a subscriber, and that subscriber is me. Still one of the funniest comments to this day that I've ever gotten, that someone was saying, "Oh, you're trying to get views by fucking belching and shit." Hey, Shiroi, thank you for the Prime sub. Really appreciate you using your Prime sub on me, buddy. You didn't have to, but you chose to, and that is very generous of you. What do you mean, ew, the panos? Why we out here dissing the panos? Why they got a front?
I mean, at least it's not the Abruzzi.
Yeah, at least it's not the fucking Abruzzi. That one is the one actually worth. That one's actually worth going EU towards, but not the Esperante GTR 1. Nick, but I like it. well, golly gee gosh, thank you, Shirai. Fucking damn, Lotus. It's okay, you can like it. Okay. Abruzzi, R-B-R-U-Z-Z-I. That's how you spell it, Husky.
A-B-R-U.
I thought that's what I said.
You said R-B.
Oh, A-B-R-U-Z-Z-I. Abruzzi.
You mean that thing that car didn't get? That was terrible?
It's the one that it's the one that we'd like to forget happened. See, now you understand, Nick. Alright, it's Monaco time. Woo. And oh my god, would you look at this? It's actually 5 laps in this mode. They didn't make it fucking 7 they didn't add randomly add extra laps like they do in fucking GT mode. Just because it's this track. Yeah, it's the track that during the race they fucked up the contrast of this, so it looks more washed out when racing than it actually should.
Oops.
You notice it whenever you look in the replay mode because it doesn't look like this. For whatever reason, it's just during the actual race the contrast is turned up randomly for some reason. I know it's one of those things that you have to see it next to each other to really understand what I'm saying. But it is there. Whoops. Check out emulation on Forza Motorsport 3.4 if you want overly bright suns. Unless it was recent. I don't know. I've never used Xenia. Well, I have briefly, but not much. Others want to buy Baldur's Gate 3 because of the nigh infinite choices one can make. I want to buy Baldur's Gate 3 because I need that hot vampire guy. We are not the same. Now that's accurate. To be honest, that's a fair reason.
I want my druid man that can turn into a bear.
I need that hot red demon lady. We are not the same. I just need things. Things of sort. It's not things that involve the game, it's just things. Exclamation mark. No, I'm just kidding. The reason that Hot Vamp Dude VA won the award for best game character. Yeah. Starion is so bad, I'm having a buy panic. You're just embracing your inner self, Hydros. It's two of those. It's Nick. It's for two of them, and unfortunately, yes, it is overpriced because the world's stupid. Whoops. Oh God. Okay. Let's see if I can actually show this a bit better. Yeah, I'm not sure how well you could see it, but there is already a bit of a difference in how when you look at the replay one compared to when racing, in terms of like the contrast and whatnot. Anyways. It's one of those things I think would be better with like a side-by-side picture thing. Anyways, I think that's it for Area E. Yep, that just leaves Area F now. But before I do that, I'm gonna go check the stats, and then I'm also gonna go take a quick piss. So let's see, where are we now? 77.4%. So it's possible I might be able to get to 80% when done this, but we'll see. Anyways,
Let's look at the Dodge Stratus in the back.
I'll be right back.
That is correct. I can't remember his rank, but Lewis Hamilton is in Call of Duty Infinite Warfare.
Okay. I am taking care of business, so now I'm gonna get the last one done. So we have the wet versions of Route 5 and then 3 more reverse tracks. Oh right, I should actually look at the cars unlocked because I got like more of them. So now I have an A class. I got the Roof RGT, and I've also got the TVR Tuscan Speed 6. Yes, I did, Nick. And then for S class, we've got the Esperante GTR1 and the R390 GT1, which I'm actually going to drive for this one because I haven't driven it yet in game. So
Pepsi.
Hydration is important. Also note only 4 cars on the grid rather than 6.
guessing that was a technical limitation for loading tracks.
What's that?
Was that a technical limitation?
Probably a technical limitation. I would probably guess as such. I mean, like during these events, like the cars have like a lower LOD anyways. Oh fuck. Okay. Anyone has made a list of all the third-party controllers for the Xbox? I mean, maybe. Be hard to say though, because there's like probably like so many of them. Many of them that like people probably don't even know about as well. Yes, cat. I see you there. What do you want? Oh, she's jumped off already. Quickly left because you're not playing. Oh yeah, not playing the cat game yet. Can't believe Lewis Hamilton quit F1 to join the troops. That would be a... That would sure be an odd thing to wake up to if that actually happened. Oh my Jeebus. Oh no, I've lost it! Just as I get raided, fuck. A spin because of raid. God balls Mahoney. Hello, hi Turbo. Hope the rest of your stream went well, buddy. I became a spinning top.
It's completely fucked.
But yeah, I hope you all had a good time though. If you don't know who I am, my name is Thunder. I'm a blue Durg who acts like an idiot, drives like an idiot, as you can tell, and pretends to be good at car and talking. I think. But hey, if you enjoy that, why not hit that follow, because it definitely does help. But if not, then I hope you enjoyed Turbo's stream. And a random sound for Nick. Damn, you got Clarkson shouting about cheese. I am on the last area now. We just started doing Area F. But yeah, just using the R390 at the moment because I just unlocked this thing and I was like, you know what? I've yet to use this car throughout the playthrough at all, so I wanted to fulfill that. Seems crazy to think about it since it hasn't been a while, but I do miss playing GT3. That game just hit differently, man. Enjoyed my Pro League CBT races. How much CBT did you into just not Monaco? Yeah. It's the over insistence of Monaco in this game and the fact that they make that more laps than the other races. It's like, why? It's not even a good track. Goat de Shore would like to be somewhere else. That is accurate. Man, fuck you. Fuck that racing heritage. Track stinky. All right, there we go. 4 more to go. Goat, this isn't Monaco. No, it's not. Please don't sue us. Yeah, enjoy. Get some dins. Also, Turbo and James, and if you ever do want to just chat in the Discord, just you know where to find me.
Yeah, you'll get to meet my dumbass.
I'm sorry, because my my dumbass is here, so it's my in the server in a specified region of the server. So am I. Oh damn, me too. We all have one thing in common. What the fuck is a conversation? Perfect 2, the perfectioning. Sorry, I just had to message somebody who gave me a DM on Discord. Yeah, it's up to you. Yeah, it's up to you, guys. It's up to you, man. Like, if you don't want to, you don't have to. But I always just leave that door open for friends and such. So, because I like being able to chat with my friends. And call me out if you want. Well, yes. Hi, you are Shiroi. I can call you out. I wasn't gonna like call you out as in the fact that you DM'd me. I just wanted to be like, you know, my dumb brain read that as in character, rather than just call back how you like that shit. Oh. Can't believe they've been gotten. Good night. Have a good night, Meister. I appreciate you being here, bud. Hey, sorry. My hearing sucks. I'm starting to accept the fact that I have shitty hearing.
You should probably go to an audiologist.
Maybe if I'm not lazy. The speed!
Yeah, speed is a lot, Mike.
The speed is a lot, Mike. I don't even know what I was going for there. Do they sell German cars there? Hang on. Germany.
About to go into a story that I got remembered. I'm not gonna. Then I got remembered some reasons why I'm not going to tell that story. Personal, but it had to do with an Audi dealership.
Oh no, they stole one of the rings in the Audi logo. It's only got 3 rings now.
No, it's I don't want to get into it.
I'm trying to make a funny out of it. Like just a nonsensical thing. Rather than the personal things.
Were there Audis in Most Wanted 2012?
What's that, sorry? The Most Wanted 2012?
Were there Audis in that game?
Yes. There's like
I can't remember.
3 of them, I think. There's the A1 Club Sport Quattro, there's the R8 GT Spider, then I think the DLC, one of the DLCs introduced the RS3. Yes, what Lotus just said. The Olympics stole it. God damn it! They had to steal it for sports. Three rings in hand. That's not how that song goes. They already have enough. Apparently they didn't think they had enough. Pretty soon they'll eventually run out of rings, so they gotta start taking other things that have the circular shape of a ring.
RS3 Sportback is terminal velocity.
Yep. They lost some when the games were held in Green Hill Zone.
Oh, shit.
Oh, shit. I'm sorry. I'm in.
Terminal Velocity is a weird pack because not only does it have the map expansion, but it includes the Alfa Mito, the RS3 Sportback, the BMW 1M, the Fiesta ST, and I think one other car.
Yeah, the Terminal Velocity cars were the RS3, the Fiesta ST, the 1M, the 918 Spider Vlysic package, and I'm trying to remember what the last one is.
The Alfa Mito.
The Mito, yeah. That's why I tend to forget about it, because the Mito is Hello there, Pyro.
3 hot hatchbacks, a sport coupe, and then the 918 Spider.
One of these is most definitely not like the other.
One of these things does not belong.
Sorry, I was just checking something real quick. Yes, hello, yes, Nick? No, you. Alright, now for reverse Route 11. I was gonna go from one Formula car to the other. Who's the puppet next to you again? That's RKD.
Hey, Sheeran. No, I'm not RKD. I'm
You're RKD Sheeran. No, you're Arcadiran. That's it. Someone I've known for a number of years, Nick.
It's me! I frequent Arrow's chat a lot.
You know Ed Sheeran?
Yeah, you also know Kurt Hennig.
Why do you have so many of those?
I only have like two outside of like my.
Then there's just me who just has this that you see now, and then I'm like, which I kind of have to use for obvious reasons because you know, it's kind of what I use as a quote unquote mascot. Although I still want to have like a more proper Nardo commission of my own, so I feel more, you know, actually good about it. Marketable plushie. You know, if I ever do start selling things, if I ever do get my own made, and I ever start, and I'm ever able to, I would totally look into making a plushie version. Since you mentioned the Puppet logo, that reminds me I need to play... What's the Puppet horror game that people are giving really positive reviews towards? What? I didn't even know that there was one. Hello.
Greetings.
I have just crashed into a wall. Hello, V. Or Vic, sorry.
I watched this in real time. Both are applicable. Both are acceptable.
Fair enough. Our friendly neighborhood or something like that? I don't know. I didn't even know that there was a game like that, so it's kind of all news to me, Goldie. Oh, it's My Friendly Neighborhood. Is that what the game is? Anyways, how are you doing, Vic?
Yeah, been better, been worse. Been suffering a chest infection for the past week and a half.
Ooh, that's no bueno.
Yeah, so the periodic coughing up of the lung has been entertaining, at least. I didn't know I had that many, to be brutally honest with you.
Damn, I can't believe we have lungs. It's basically murdering murderous Muppets, the video game. I have never heard of that game, so this is all news to me.
On the subject of Muppets, my favourite video game I've ever played in the entirety of my life. No, it's not actually, but I did find it quite entertaining. There's a Muppets kart game.
I think I remember that. It was like on the PS1 or something.
Yeah. Okay, if you're enthusiastic about driving and racing and so on and so forth, it's not going to be the greatest game in the world, but... Muppets tie-in? Meh. Kart Racer? Meh. Somehow they've managed to make the gameplay on that hilariously entertaining.
I've never actually... I know about it, but I've never actually played it, so...
It's a deep cut. It's an arcade racer deep cut.
Fair enough. You've only played the Muppets NES game. Oh god, I didn't even realize there was one on the NES.
I didn't know about the NES one.
I used to have one on the like a Muppets game on like the PS2 when I was younger. It was like it was weird. It was like almost, it was kind of like this weird like Muppets Mario Party hybrid sort of thing. I don't remember what the game was called exactly, but I always remember it sticking in my head. I always remember it just sticking in my head because it's a game we had.
Only it would have been better than Mario Party because there would have been a lot less of Waluigi going wing.
I mean, I guess it just depends on whether you see that as a good thing or a bad thing.
Based opinion, Waluigi going wee, not that good. It's mid. It's like 4.5 out of 10 at best.
Words are hard. I'll just give it a 6 out of 10. It's passable. I'm like, meh.
English is a difficult language. As someone who speaks several languages, English is probably the most difficult one.
I've been speaking English for 28 years and I still can't speak it well.
Because there's no such thing.
There is no such thing, you're right.
Language English, brackets incorrect.
Exactly. English, and then just in brackets, no.
Say no to English.
English is my first language. Yeah, all the time I just go, English first language, mine is not.
We just pretend we know what we're saying more often than not. Or at least I do.
I don't know, man. Sometimes English poorly. Yeah.
Right up. Yeah, pretty much. Oh. Hello, sorry, John. Get me right upside real quick.
Hey, yo, the pizza here.
Oh, yeah, the pizza's here, apparently. Yeah, me too. That's just all you hear. That's just the sound that sound that's made when my brain disappears. It is it is Thursday for about 2 more hours, John. So hello, happy Thursday.
It's 5 o'clock in the morning on a Friday now.
It's happy Friday for you too.
Yes, here in the ununited kingdom.
That's a pitch shifter song of the same name. Four more minute. Woo!
I'm gonna go make some popcorn and be back.
I want some popcorn. Wow.
John, then Singapore Grand Prix happened has the same energy as then the Fire Nation attacked.
I was just dealing with Monaco in this game earlier in the previous area, and I'm just sitting here like, man, this track kind of sucks.
Monaco's awful for passing, but to drive an actual lap of Monaco demands so much as a driver.
Yeah,
demands so much as a driver.
That's fair.
Behind the wheel, it's great, but Formula One is, as at its core, unfortunately, a spectator sport. It wouldn't exist without it.
Single-handed Pepega typing whilst I brush my mouth bones.
Mouth bones.
Mouth bones.
I didn't need to see that today.
This was a visualization I didn't know I not needed.
Yeah, that exactly. Yeah, F1 night races was a weird decision. To be fair, back in the day, it sort of made sense. You're forgetting that our lighting technologies and so on and so forth have improved significantly, and the big reason why it wasn't done back in the day was primarily because the cars didn't have headlights. They still don't have headlights, but our floodlighting technology has gotten a lot better. Yeah. LEDs and so on and so forth.
Like, I personally enjoy seeing nighttime races. Kind of switches things up, so it's not just always daytime.
On a similar sort of note, and sort of segueing a little bit, I do a lot of nighttime driving, both for my job and also vocationally. I find it quite enjoyable to drive at night. Or at least I used to. Here in the UK, pretty much all the street lighting has been changed over to the new LED standard because it's more energy efficient and so on and so forth. The unfortunate part of all of that is that the colour temperature of the lights has changed as well, because white lighting is seen as cleaner and more attractive looking. It causes an incredible amount of eye fatigue.
Yep.
So much.
Like, oh, but it looks cooler. Yeah, but it also makes me physically exhausted every time.
But that actually hurts my eyes. I get migraines.
Mine too.
It's bad. And this is going to sound like such a hipster opinion to have, but I yearn for a time when we had those yellow amber street lights.
I like those. I mean, to be honest, I'd rather have those too.
I realize I'm sitting here in front of a stream of 38 to 40 people saying I like it because it's worse, but
Is that my fucking viewer count right now?
Yes.
Oh my god. I don't tend to keep my viewer count open because I try not to think about the numbers, but did not realize it was at 38 to 40. Oh my goddamn.
I was only saying it as an aside. It's not like it's...
No, I know. But I was just genuinely surprised I'm reaching those numbers right now. I guess it means I'm doing something right, question mark?
Yeah.
Yeah, I am nostalgic for the old streetlights as well, Nick.
Nick gets it.
Happy Friday now, Eastern Time. Welcome to winter Northern Hemisphere or summer Southern Hemisphere. Well, if Meister was still here, it would officially be summer for him now. But he's gone eepy over in New Zealand. Our town has a weird mix of new LEDs and the old amber sodium lights, but most of the place is just shrouded in total darkness.
No lights at all is obviously not preferable, but of the two options, I know I prefer the old sodium lights.
Same. Where I live, we still have the yellow street lights, the old ones. Yeah, that's basically what you said, Nick. You don't know what you got till it's gone. Yep, John Meister is in fact a Kiwi. He's a very nice, kind, good Kiwi. Good bean.
Goldie, I'm 100% aware that blue light filters are a thing that exists, and I know why they're used, but I think it kind of counterintuitive to think, right, we're installing lights on a road. People are going to be driving at night. They may well be fatigued. Should we go out of our way to counteract this by literally just using a different color temperature of bulb in our lights? Or should we just ignore that completely because, I don't know, white light looks better? It satisfies some weird corporate carnal desire for things to be clean, sharp.
That and also probably the thing that people are like, hey, you know you just buy these glasses. It's like, why do I always have to buy things?
Yeah.
Welcome to the capitalist world. I hate it here.
I wish I could point my finger at it and go like, oh, this is because of capitalism. It's probably not.
It's a multitude of things, realistically, but I've just very jaded because of other events and stuff.
So Nick, the LEDs are more efficient, but you can get LED lights in different color temperatures. So like a 3000K LED light exists and is slightly yellow, but because that tinge of yellow doesn't look as clean, people don't want to use that color temperature. The other thing about that color temperature as well is that it doesn't, in quotation marks, it doesn't spread as far. It doesn't have as broad a sort of light pool by perception. If you actually measure it by lumens, it's about the same. But because white light is harsher, it looks like it travels a further distance, basically. So yeah, that's the reason for the gravitation towards colder, in quotation marks, color temperatures closer to the blue on the spectrum.
Yep.
I mean, yeah, the Citroen didn't have a chance to begin with. It lined up alongside this thing and said, I think today I will lose.
Speaking of which, I've got like a lamp behind me. I really should switch out the light bulb for a warm one.
I don't mind the yellow lights. I came across a BMW 1 Series a couple of nights ago while I was on my way home from work, which had LED, evidently, because they were never fitted with like lights that were as bright as the ones this car had, but LED yellow headlights in his low beam, and they were completely unobstructive. They were unobtrusive, they didn't bother me, and they were in reflector housings. Normally you put LEDs in reflector housings, like the little LED bulbs that you can get off eBay and Amazon and so on and so forth. and they just dazzle you and they blind you, and if they're behind you they just fill your mirrors with light and you can't see anything that's going on. They were completely unobtrusive. Didn't bother me at all. And they do look cool as fuck, yeah. Am I allowed to say fuck on screen?
Yeah. I've never really had a filter for what you can and cannot say apart from a few obvious ones.
I've done like the odd shoutcast and stuff like that, and they're really particular about swearing, and they're like, oh, you can't say piss, you can't say shit, you can't say fuck, you can't say this, you can't say that. It's like, my men, I'm not sure if you understand this, but most of the people we're shoutcasting over say that stuff constantly.
Just the only thing is just like, just don't say like, you know, some of like the really like offensive like or like obvious ones. Like
it's a family show.
This is a family show. There's no swearing in this family stream. Can't say the word heck. I think the idea is to keep drivers more awake and alert, since the cooler blue light does that too, but the idea that city planners thought that far might be giving them a smidge too much credit.
No, it is absolutely giving them too much credit. Also, Rory, the red light theory does work quite well. It's the reason why we use it in dark rooms when developing film, which is something that most people probably wouldn't know about, actually. A lot of the viewers probably wouldn't know that we actually used to have to develop photos from film.
I remember those days.
I developed my own photos from high school.
I do. I agree with Lotus. Like, Lotus has it on brand, but I can say come. Just like
why come?
It's also why my nonsensical donation ticker says Santa came, because I wanted to be funny. Ish.
That Citroen was once the most powerful front-wheel drive car in motorsport. At the time when that Citroen was popular, the sport compact Honda dragster scene had figured out how to turbocharge B-Series. Red lights are underrated. I like red lights.
You know, John, you know that Nismo LMP doesn't exist anymore? Like, it actually does not exist. Like once that car didn't work out, like, I think it got completely deconstructed. It's now just nothing more but parts lying around or somewhere.
I'm not sure about that. I feel like Nissan, or at the very least Nismo, would probably have kept it in the wings somewhere, because it's not like they've got a shortage of storage.
I mean, unless it's just like kind of like falsehoods that I've been hearing, that I saw or heard or saw, which is possible. But I always remember it, just seeing it, yeah, like Lotus said, like I just remember seeing it in like a parts bin or something.
Let's see. I'm gonna.
Delta Wing.
I don't think it was the Delta Wing, no. Especially since the Delta Wing, you know, kind of was more like maybe that too. I don't think that it was that though. Yeah, my thinking was, well, this is the last one. Might as well just use those the three Formula, each of the three Formula cars I had. I know I've already used them already, but look, they're fast, and I like going fast. The Nismo of Theseus. At what point in its deconstruction does it stop existing? You know, these are the real questions. What racing driver doesn't like going fast? Now that's something I'm curious about. Is there a racing driver that does not like going fast?
People who race jet boats. Officially speaking, all of the GTR-LM Nismos that were created ended up going back to Nissan headquarters. So presumably they're in a basement under a set of tarps somewhere. But from what I can find online, there's not really anything that insinuates or suggests that any of those cars were deconstructed post-decommissioning.
I thought the water spray thing was just a emulation thing for some reason. I'll have to look at it again, like as just by myself. Because I don't remember seeing it throughout any time in the playthrough. But then again, the only time I've been on this track once alone was, I think, for a license test. Racing driver James May.
Yeah, I mean, people joke about it, but those three, the trio, were not actually that bad when it came to driving.
Legendary ratio, that's what they call it when I dunk on right-wing chuds. The rally races do have the water, if I remember correctly, but I could be wrong. I'll have a look afterwards, because I'm kind of curious now. Still want an original Xbox for FM1 and a 360 for FM2, FM4. I still just want to get my 360 modded. I really want to get it modded with the RGH3. Because I want to be able to like do videos of like some of the games for like, and be able to show off like DLC for the games that I'm not able to get my hands on anymore.
Nick, you would think that, but there are plenty of people I've met in my time who have been driving for an equally long time, either professionally or otherwise, who have gotten some really bad habits. Sniffle.
I feel, yeah.
It's the season for illness, mate. It's only going to get worse.
Oh, yep. Me being here in the land of North and knowing how our winters can be, I know the pain all too well when it comes to the sickness.
We don't have it nearly as bad here in the UK, as far as, you know, inches of snow and dropping temperatures and so on and so forth. And our houses usually are built to quite a standard where they hold a fair bit of heat, but
yeah,
all the same.
Like where I am right now, it usually gets really cold at this time, but we've been for quite a while now. I think we've been under like a sort of like El Nino, so it's cold, but it's not like as cold as it can get. Because out here sometimes, like during the worst of winter, it can be sometimes as cold as like minus 30 degrees Celsius. Which is or as I like to call it, cold enough that you might want to put on more than just one jacket.
John, no, it's not global warming. There's just weather patterns.
Weather patterns, yeah.
Where it's warmer and drier than normal.
Like El Nino is a thing that's been around for a very, 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 very long time. It's one of those things that just comes and goes. It's nothing that can really be done about it.
Why do you come?
Yeah, why do you come?
Whereas its opposite, I believe, is La Nina, where it's colder and wetter.
Yeah, that's the opposite. Cold La Nina when it's colder than usual. I remember in like during like winter 2020, like just before like the what happened in the area that I was in, we were in a bit of La Nina and it got to like minus 40 at times. With a wind chill one day it was almost minus 50, which is the or as I like to call it, stay the fuck inside. El Nino is the thing that freezes your ass as it says hurricane, get fucked to our neck of the woods. Okay, well there we go. That was it. That was the last one, I think. Yeah, it's all done. Every area now cleared.
Goal, see ending.
It's, you know what's ironic about it is that the ending thing was available there already, even if I didn't do any of this. And I think it's because I did the GT World Series and a couple of the other ones. I think that's probably why.
Maybe.
Wait, no, I don't want time trial because that's the wrong one. On free run. Because I gotta see this now because I'm like curious. Oh yeah, it's also complex string is available in here because you can't race with other cars with complex string for some reason, which is kind of a shame. It would be kind of interesting to be able to be on TBH.
TBH.
So anything else?
I gotta say,
I'm sorry.
as a long-time Gran Turismo enjoyer, I only recently got Gran Turismo 7, and I did find it quite disappointing that there was no special stage Route 5 equivalent in that game.
I kind of felt the same, honestly. Okay, so GT1 and 787B, and I guess the other two must be rally cars or something.
Rallycross Momento.
No? Because it said there was 4 cars in there in that last one, but I think I only noticed 2. Fuck. I'm trying to think, like, did I miss one? Or did I miss like the other ones that I'm...
I knew people were going to say Tokyo Expressway. Tokyo Expressway is not the same.
Oh, I think I know it. They're these two. The Viper Concept and the Speed 12. It just confused me because they're not placed at like the end of the list, so kind of threw me off a bit. All right, well at least now I know.
The Cerberus Speed 12, otherwise known as Suicide in automotive form.
Yeah. What's the main reason the car was never sold? Because Peter Wheeler drove it once and said, no, this is too fucking dangerous. No, I don't see any. I think it must just be an emulation thing. It must be a thing I have to toggle or something. Not that I'm like that worried about. Not that I'm like that worried about it anyways. But like, yeah, huh? Oh well. Since it's only ever used on that track anyways, and it's not like you go to that track very often to begin with, so.
All game 0 out of 10, get it out of here.
Literally unplayable. Hey, there we go. 80.3% now. We have hit the 80% mark. It's so fucking funny. Just like the last couple streams, I wasn't making much in the way of percentage. Then I decided to do the arcade mode, and now I suddenly gained like 20%, like a fifth of the game, percentage-wise.
Yeah, baby, that's what I'm talking about.
That's what I've been waiting for. Oh yeah, so I'm gonna sell this extra 787B because I don't need 2 of them. As much as I love the 787B, I already have one.
God, I wish I could be at that point in my life where I could say, I don't need a second 787B.
Yeah. It's just the game was like, you have completed 75% of the game. Have another one. I'm just trying to think of like what I want to drive now, because I was thinking of doing another endurance race. Just give me the half a mil. Stop wasting my time.
I have a bit of a prompt for you, Thunder.
Yes.
Imagine there's a big red button in front of you, and if you push it, you can get any vehicle in the world that you want. It doesn't matter, race car, prototype, some like completely fictional vehicle like one of the Burnout cars, so on and so forth. Mm-hmm. But every time you go to wash it, it does an impression of a Beyblade.
I mean, if this game is anything to go by, I wouldn't mind that.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I wouldn't hit the button.
Fair.
I don't want to get launched into the outer stratosphere at 200 miles an hour because my car started spinning around.
So
I touched it with a soapy sponge, and that all of a sudden is enough for it to just decide I need to not be on this planet anymore.
I'm trying to think of which one do I want to do, because I got the Grand Valley is the one I want to leave as the last endurance, because it's kind of like the symbolic endurance of these earlier Gran Turismo games. So I got Seattle, I got Laguna Seca, I got Rome, Trial Mountain at Route 11, and then this game's version of the Monaco Grand Prix.
I say go for Seattle. Don't put yourself in hell.
All right, well, let's go for Seattle then. This one's probably one of the shorter ones that are still left, because this one's just 100 miles, so it's probably gonna be like 40, 50 laps or something. Yeah, 40 laps.
About the endurance races, that's probably the reason why I hate Grand Valley Speedway, to be brutally honest with you. Also, James, I'm not sure how the car would be able to tell, but we're going to work on the assumption that it would.
Yeah. My answer for that situation specifically would be Axel for Twisted Metal's vehicle. Oh yeah, Lotus makes a good point about it spinning. Then you see floating text above it saying "Shut the fuck up."
That's good. I like that, Lotus.
Starting to realize I might be a little overpowered.
You reckon?
Yeah, that's fine.
I'm just in the auto drive section, and the bot has already taken you to the front of the grid.
It's like the auto drive section, and it just puts me, and I just start in fucking second place.
You know, if you were able to construct something to help keep it contained and have like one of those auto wash things, not like the full car wash, but like it's a brushless car wash.
Yeah, it's like I probably would have been better to just like bring like a road car to make it fairer, but I was never one for playing fair. At least in regards to stuff like this, because it really doesn't matter.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah, LKD, what you're saying is you would press the button if you could construct additional pylons.
Yeah, if I could build a brushless car wash bay that could still wash the car and keep the paint, not shit. Sure. Because while it's in there, it's just gonna be like it's gonna be first wash, then it's soap, and then it's gonna go spin, tell me to shut the fuck up, and then it's a quick, then it's another rinse, and then it's done.
Get ready to drive as that text does not leave the screen. I actually think they like recently they finally been looking into that, like PCSX2 dev or something, in terms of how does that work and how do we get rid of it as the game originally calls for.
Pretty sure it's like a clamping thing or something. At least in 4.
I know that Arrow, no, not that Arrow, made a patch recently that tries to do that, like where it gets rid of that text and like shows like the time, like the difference, like how far ahead or behind you are, supposed to make that work properly without needing to change the clamping mode. It is also kind of funny just thinking about it. It's like here I am in Seattle driving a fucking Pagani. I make some of my living as a detailer. I don't know if the PTSD of watching a super attempt to bisect me would ever leave me and allow me to do my job properly. I think we're gonna have to refuse button.
You really are a GT guy in life, aren't you?
James is a GT Auto guy, except wait, that's actually true.
Also, yay, detailing friend. I haven't washed cars professionally in a few years, but I kind of miss it. The problem with that job for me, especially because I was running my own business at the time, is customer expectations here in the UK are not aligned with the type of work you're doing.
Yes, $20, 10 minutes showroom finish.
Yeah, that's pretty much the gist of it, yeah.
What do you mean it's going to cost more?
I mean, I'd honestly do a job like that just to get just detail it, just to like make interiors, just detailing cars, making them all nice and shiny and shit.
The way into the industry, unfortunately, is starting out in what I like to call sweatshop car washes, which is, you know, the ones you see all the Polish blokes out of old petrol stations and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
Just quickly turning in and out cars, you know, give them a quick vacuum clean on the inside and calling it good for about 10 or 15 quid. Which, don't get me wrong, not a bad job, but you're not going to get paid well for it, and it is going to break your back. If you actually care about the cars you're working on as well, a lot of the products that you use in those environments are not the
good
types of products you'd want to use. No, like very acidic, very aggressive wheel cleaners, and you know, there's no love lost about marring and scratching, so they really don't care what's in the bucket. They don't use grit guards, they don't use two bucket method, so on and so forth. It's just get dirt off vehicle rapidly, get car outdoor rapidly, done.
Sounds about right.
And most of the time those shops are running like a discount for cabs, so most of the cars that you'll be running in there will be like Uber drivers and like airport shuttle bus taxis and mini cabs and so on and so forth.
Yeah, it's kind of what I imagined. It's not exactly.
It's not a bad job, but you've got to be a grafter, and you've got to be okay with coming home sore and not getting paid enough really to justify coming home sore.
True. My brother recently took an order of a used Cooper S, and oh my god, what the dealer did to that thing before I got to grips with it. How bad we talking?
Did they use a silicon-based dashboard shine? Is my question, because those Coopers have a bit of an issue with the. Yep.
Oh.
Yep. I knew it.
It's not even that. It's just silicone. It's silicone splattered. Oh dear.
I was going to say the plastics in those Coopers respond really poorly to that dashboard shine stuff, so if it's been used at any point, generally the plastic will turn this awful, like, degraded, sticky, sort of disgusting thing. It's not nice.
What a world we live in when trying to shine a car ends up just making it look like it's seen much better days. They sprayed silicone tire shine on the painted plastic grille as well, all over the mirrors and hood.
Jesus
Christ alive.
They do that to try and make otherwise faded and worn-looking plastics look better. There are specific products that you can get for this, and a lot of them are actually quite good. You can get the Cerakote Trim Restore, which will turn like grey, awful plastics into lovely black plastics. But most dealers, most showrooms don't care for that. They just want the car to look good on the shop floor, so that when they shift it, it's donezo, and they want it done for as cheap as humanly possible. So tire shine is usually the order of the day. Awful stuff. Absolutely woeful, but what are you going to do? They got their priorities.
Yep.
The Chorvette is not rapid enough.
Nope.
It's still so wild to see a time capsule of late 90s Seattle preserved in their very Gran Turismo games.
Yeah, Seattle certainly don't look like this no more.
Fuck no, it doesn't.
Before all the homosexuals moved it. No, I'm kidding.
Well, I mean that A, B, the viaduct doesn't exist anymore. C, the kingdom doesn't exist anymore.
It's like it's always like people asking why won't they bring back Seattle, and it's like because
they have to do so much reworking.
Yeah, because most of the track that this is most of the track of what was here when Seattle was made is not here anymore.
You do know what I was referencing with that, by the way.
The what?
The comment about the homosexual.
I mean, Seattle is known as being a pretty progressive nation.
Whoops.
Before I explain that, enjoy the rest of your day, James. Best of luck with the Jenny. I hope it doesn't give you too much trouble.
Yeah, I have a good one, James.
Have you watched Mean Girls?
If I have, it's been so long.
And on the third day, God created the Remington bolt-action rifle. So man could fight the dinosaurs and the homosexuals.
That would be a creationist bullshit kind of thing, though.
I just like the joke.
Pulp.
As a trans lesbian myself, I will fight the homosexuals. I'm not sure I'll do it with the Remington bolt-action rifle, though. I don't think that's legal here.
Maybe not in the UK. Maybe, I mean, non-violence isn't necessarily legal.
It's casually going to a gun store in North America. Sir and or madam, or otherwise not applicable. What are you purchasing this Remington 700 for? I would like to fight the homosexuals. God bless America.
What is up my home of sexuals?
Nah man, this ain't the homosexual. This is the homophobia.
I do not endorse this.
I'm taking the mic.
I know. Lotus saying you had me at trans lesbian Vic.
I had you anyway, Lois. What do you mean?
Midnight dinner, chicken lasagna with shredded cheese and a large cup of orange juice. That just sounds like that sounds like the way you describe that, Nox, almost makes it sound like what, like that girl meal meme or something.
Girl dinner.
Girl dinner, that's it, thank you. Yes, I can't believe it. Dirk is in Seattle.
How dare he be in Seattle?
How dare. How dare I show up to Seattle in a not America car?
The It Aliens.
Oh man, I've been playing some Terry and Night recently. Yeah, there's a couple of cool people. And in their house condo is, like, it's a screenshot of something that somebody posted in Terry and Night chat saying, everybody's homophobic. Haven't you all seen Monster House?
God damn it.
Thanks for sharing, RKD.
As soon as he said Monster House, it just hit me. I'm like, motherfucker. Throw the cheese at the aliens, but I want the cheese. I like cheese.
Depends on the type of cheese for me. Oh god, we're getting into cheese posting now.
Curl dinner, but it's just peach. Smile.
moving swiftly on.
No, I know, Nick. I said peach on purpose because ha funny. I know what you meant, Nick. It's okay.
Circling back to cheese, to very quickly move away from this subject because we're teetering on the edge here. What the Yanks I've noticed seem to like most in terms of cheese is what we would consider to be sort of like an orange cheddar, for lack of a better term. You guys have got this sort of like artificial yellowing that you apply to your cheeses, like Kraft singles and so on and so forth. Although that is artificial cheese.
That shit sucks.
It does, yes.
Our craft singles are not the same as America's craft singles, though. I will just say that.
Yes, because you guys have standards.
Yeah, we don't like the quote-unquote American cheese is not a cheese that we sell here because legally it has to actually have cheese in it.
Mm-hmm. As an aside, I think No Name as a branding idea is one of the greatest ideas that anyone has ever come up with, pretty much ever.
I mean, it is very smart. Just you don't need to like you ain't worried about the brand name. You just want what it says on the label.
Nox, I'm not going to pretend I know what Sargento is, but
Oh, sorry, I got a dank button.
Give me your
my
choices.
three favorites. Parmigiano Reggiano. It doesn't matter what Parmigiano Reggiano it is. I don't really care about the provenance of it. I'm not that much of a snob. Parmigiano Reggiano in general, especially over pasta, yeah, like that stuff. Mild or mature cheddar. Depends on the application. Mature cheddar has a tendency to crumble, which is not that great for sandwiches and so on and so forth, so I'll tend to prefer mild cheddar for that. But if I'm cooking with cheddar, I'll definitely go for the more mature, or potentially extra mature.
The only craft product you like is Miracle Whip?
I don't even like Miracle Whip, to be honest.
I haven't had Miracle Whip in God knows how long. Must be all years.
I don't think I've ever had Miracle Whip.
Rory, I lived in Italy for a time. If you ever asked for pineapple on pizza, they would execute you there and then.
I like cheddar goldfish.
Oh, and to wrap that up, dry mozzarella. Because there is actually a difference between dry and wet mozzarella.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I like wet mozzarella, but I'll generally only have it as part of a caprese salad or something of that descript. Anyway, yes.
Cheese.
I saw an Austin Princess go up for sale nearby about a week ago for a couple of grand, and it was in yellow.
Ooh. Anytime I think about just the princess, I just think of that one YTP that altered it so they say you're a princess, James.
Brown was brown.
I think that's the one actually.
It is the same one, yeah.
It's just how. There are few things in life that will always give me a good chuckle, and one of them is a quality YTP.
A Ferrari Daytona, styled to look like a Rover SD1.
And it shows.
It does.
And it does, sorry. It's just one that's been recently stuck in my head is just. I think the video is called Tommy McSober it's either gets drunk in Rex, Texas, or it gets wrecked in Rex, Texas, or something. But it's literally the first line that just it's stuck in my head, where it's just like, Texas is about half drunk or drinking.
I quite like the titles for a lot of those YTPs as well, the Top Gear ones specifically. Jeremy is unstable. Clarkson has a design flaw. Hammond's crispy lorry.
Hammond's crispy lorry is just one that will live in my head forever.
I don't know, Hammond's Soviet ambulance kind of hits differently, I'm not gonna lie. Also, the YTP we were referencing is quite literally called James May as a princess.
Oh yeah, that's no wonder.
Zero quite likes Clarkson rides a wedge.
Yes, that was the. Was it the Africa special?
And when he comes,
I believe so.
It was the Africa special.
Speaking of coming, if you want to be my Santa and come, check out ! Tip smile.
There's one from a couple years ago called Clarkson Has a Gun.
That one's quite good.
That's a very good one. Clarkson has dong trouble in Vietnam.
Sauce Research Institute.
No, the bot failed. Oh no, the bot didn't fail. It's just because you put a smiley face in there without a space.
I think Turbo was being clever about it.
How dare you smile? It's unacceptable.
I still love that that's just a command that I have. I didn't even make that command. Oh, I thought you did that on purpose. Oh, god damn it.
They did.
Fuck's sakes. I was gotten. But no, seriously, like I said, it's there for those who want to use it. If up to you, or exclamation mark thrown if you want to just decide here, have gift. Those are both options. If they're there, if you want to, or don't. I'm not your dad. So far, yes, this is the first endurance race I've done this evening. Or night, or close enough.
Time zones are a hell of a thing.
They sure are.
Your line through that bus stop section is a bit...
It's a bit?
It's a bit. It gives me a moderate to high amount of anxiety.
Do be like that sometimes.
I'm not about to start backseat driving in a stream, but just it gives me anxiety.
It's 15 to midnight here in the land of cheese and badgers. Speaking of badgers, I wonder if Monday.
James, do you know how little that narrows it down?
I wonder where Money Badger is at the ATM.
He probably is at the ATM.
Good point.
Withdrawing more money.
Very good point. Imagine having a race in Seattle with streetcars and some motherfucker shows up in a Zonda race car. That's me. I'm that asshole.
It's fair and balanced, okay? It's fair and balanced.
It's fair and balanced for me.
Just spend more money, idiot.
Yeah. It's a valid suggestion.
It's payback for the M12 that showed up at Trial Mountain.
Yeah, this car has a very distinct engine sound in this game, to be fair. Like, 'cause I can't think of any other car that's not the Zondas that use this sound.
I can't get over you guys talking about it like it's some sort of fine wine, and all I can hear is a Dyson just ripping it up.
I mean, I mean, there are ones that sound more like a Dyson than this do, so.
Fine, it's a Dyson with a Tomei on it then.
Yep, there's two of them, Turbo.
Fuck it, HKS high power on the Dyson. Fuck it, Fujitsubo on the Henry Hoover.
If you want a Dyson sound, check out GT3 Demo Zonda. Screw it, Escudo engine swap on a Dirt Devil. Two Camaros in one race. My brother in Christ, is this game trying to troll me? Yes. Wants to bring you back to the promised lands of IC4.
Personally, I'd be looking at pitting in the next couple of laps.
Yep.
And away goes the Corvette again.
Yep.
I can't ride the wedge. I cringe. Oh.
Yeah, seems a bit. That's about right.
Since there are two Corvettes in this this particular race, and we were talking about them briefly, I do remember back when they were new-ish, and I was a kid, I did sort of think of them as the automotive equivalent of a doorstop. They weren't terribly enticing in terms of design, but since the drifting community has gotten a hold of them, there's been some very interesting body kits and stylistic choices made with those cars that's made them look a lot more appealing.
Yeah. Quite a bit you can do with a Corvette, honestly. I still like the one person who turned their Corvette into a time attack car. Ooh, excuse me.
Obviously, there's not much that you can do to stop it from looking like something that I'd shove in the gap between the bottom of my door and the floor, but some of the bumper options that people have come up with them have been quite.
Couldn't quite.
Yes, quite. Your rear left is basically just a balloon.
It is non-existent at this point. I'm gonna pit in this on the slap.
Here's one for you, Thunder. Slew Doom asks in the chat, question, is the VC channel you're in supposed to be private or role restricted?
Role restricted.
Oops.
There was an attempt. I mentioned it earlier. It's just a case of me just not wanting to go back to like 2018 era where it was just anyone and it kind of just became just chaos and such. I like how there's now just a blank space on my screen. Oh. I'm guessing internet troubles or Discord troubles.
I think that's slow, to be honest.
Yeah, I would imagine so, considering they had just asked that and then tried doing that. You have the role. There's no way you would have been able. There's no way you would have been able to attempt that if you didn't have the role. Believe me, I made sure that that couldn't happen.
Yep, confirmed you have the stream buddy role, which is the reason why you're able to see that channel and join it. So no, that is working as intended.
Yeah, like if you don't have the role, it won't even appear. What if you couldn't get into normal means, but you could through a friend tab on mobile? I'm sorry. I was about to send Discord an email thinking I had access to channels, not so. Oh, no, you have the required necessity.
And about the friend tab, the channel wouldn't show up in your friends tab on Discord, both on mobile or on desktop. if you didn't have access to the channel in the first place, it would be as though it never existed. You wouldn't know.
I'm sure Turbo is probably pleased with me punting that Camaro. Back there, have another one.
Yeet. You're just assisting them in finding the tile.
Yeah.
I want to add, by the way, that's not to say that Discord is a flawless product and has absolutely no issues at any point whatsoever. It is possible that that may be something that goes wrong on the odd occasion, but if it's working as intended, that's the way that it should work.
I do not recall the replay save complete message coming up when I did the fucking 100 laps at Tokyo. At least if it did, I forgot about it. But I only got about 24 and a half laps in, and it's already saying, oh, it's complete. No, you're fine, so you're good.
This is A-okay.
Again, it's just a case where it's like I used to do streams back in like 2018 where I used to be in like a completely open thing, and there's a reason I don't do that anymore because yeah, it was a bit much at times. Oh, damn it. Yeah, I would imagine there's only so many people in here who are probably familiar with my content during that period of time anyway, so... Because I've had many people come in after that point, and some people from that period who no longer hangs around. People come and go all the time. It's just what it is. Chaos. There we go, there's a sub 122. Damn it. Like, I think the easiest way you would be able to tell Goldie is if you just look at like some of my old clips that I still have saved on this channel from like that many years ago, as well as some of the old VODs. Kind of want to give you an idea. You have a good morning, Saturn. I know where he's Saturn. It's up. I mean, I'll be totally honest, Goldie. It's there for people who really want to see it, but there's a lot from that period of time that where it's like I try not to think about anymore for very obvious reasons. Like, it's one of those things where it's like I kind of cringe just looking back at myself.
Personal development is realizing the person who you were 10 minutes ago is worse than the person you are now.
Yeah. It's just, you know, it's just things to learn off of. I'm not like, you know, it's not something that I'm like super like down upon. It's just one of those things where it's like, hey, you know, I was younger in my earlier 20s and not at the point where like was really thinking about everything I was doing or saying or all that sort of stuff. Or coming off across to people and whatnot.
If it's any consolation, there are plenty of people I've met in my life who've gotten to their late 30s who still haven't managed to figure out how to think about the things that they say before they say them.
Yeah. Like I try hard to make sure like I think about what I say before I do, but some, you know, there's every now and then there's something that kind of slips, and it's just one of those things that sometimes just happens because it's impossible to bat 100.
You don't think it be how it is, but it do.
Pretty much.
Ah yes, the tail lights from a coach.
From a what?
The rear lights on the Pagani Zonda are from Hella. And they are most commonly used on buses and coaches, so on and so forth. The part number is Hella 4169. They were used on the Lamborghini Diablo, the Celine S7, the McLaren F1 as well, if I'm not mistaken. But yes, they were also used on several buses, and the Ford Think City as well.
I mean, it's one of those things. I guess that was just easy to access, and just better than just trying to like develop your own tail lights or headlights or whatever.
Same reason that they used the 300ZX headlights on the Diablo. They were already type approved, they were already road legal, and they already had all of the feature set they needed in them.
Yeah.
Low beam, high beam, side lights, indicators, fogs if you need them. It's all there.
Oh, and I realized I haven't mentioned this at least properly once or a shame. If you're new here, you're enjoying this, please make sure to hit the follow button because it really does help out. And for some reason, if you wanted to support me, you could either become a Twitch subscriber, you could check out my tips link at !tip, you can check out my throne wishlist at !throne, or you can join my Discord at !discord. There's also links for all three of those down below the stream as well, so if you want to check any of those out, or don't, I'm not your dad.
James Games, you're thinking of the Lotus Esprit.
You are, in fact, thinking of the Lotus Esprit, yes.
The 90s one.
Correct. In specific, you are thinking of the Lotus Esprit, what was referred to as the X180 internally, so 1988 to 1994.
Oh, Jesus. S4?
No. Well, it's referred to by the community as the S4, but the chassis designation is the X180. The S4 came after the X180, which also used the same lights, but the X180 was the one that used it first. As the S4 in specific refers to the Lotus Esprit V8, which was produced from 94 to 2004, but before the Esprit V8, that same chassis and effectively body was used for the Esprit SE, SE Turbo, and I can't remember what the other, that was the Esprit S, I think.
Now, unfortunately, Slayu, if only that actually worked. Just a get-rich-derg scheme.
Ooh. So, while we're on car autism and specifications and so on and so forth, the X180 and S4 Lotus Esprits specifically use the 1983 to 1985, what is referred to as the Zenki Toyota Corolla A86 Levin lights, because the Trueno lights have a reflective strip at the top of them.
More you know.
Don't, however, take this as a prompt for you to gesticulate at your newly imported, horrifically expensive tin can with a 4-cylinder engine in it and go, I have lights from a Lotus. You don't.
Unfortunately, the reality does not work like that. Just like what you said above, the reality is not as kind.
Oh, reality's kind. I'm not.
Fair, I guess. Just to play it safe, I'll probably just do like an extra pit after this lap, just so I'm not like getting to like just so I'm not skidding all across the track during the last 2 laps. Excuse me.
On you.
Do be like that. Ow. Alright, fuck it. That's the next one then.
Would you miss?
I just kind of didn't. I didn't think about actually just pitting in, even though I said I would. I just kind of just went around it and just didn't cross my mind until, oh wait a second, I already passed it. I was like, oh okay, whoops.
I mean, you can run to the end of the race. You've only got 4 more laps left. You've got plenty of tyre life.
Fair. Could do that.
Just stop drifting, forehead.
Oh boy. It's funny because now I actually am trying to see how much I can preserve what's left of these until the end. Try to not become drift. Or at least as much as possible.
Just be a little bit more cautious about your throttle input, that's all.
Yeah.
The throttling on mid-corner is going to cause that sort of drifting.
Mm-hmm.
You just slowly, gently catch your monkey. That second to last turn is not doing you any favours either.
No.
But as I said, you've got plenty of tyre life. You'll be able to make it through the next 2 laps with absolutely no issues.
Yeah. Excuse me.
Check on.
geez.
I'll be right back.
Yep.
Just casually yeeting the Viper.
It got in the way.
I have identified you as a problem.
I have identified the Viper as just in the way. That's, yeah, I mean, you're not entirely wrong, James. It pretty much is just GTA in a nutshell. It's really 4 Chevys versus 1 Viper versus Cheater in his Zonda race car. Smile.
It's a cardboard fiber box with an AMG V10, oh sorry, V12 in it.
Yep.
Could have been a C5R if you got one. Eh.
I do have a C5R. I just kind of got in this car first, and I was kind of debating which one should I do, and then I just kind of ended up choosing this one off of like a recommendation, and I was like, oh, wait a second. Not that it matters. It's not like I play fair in this anyways. So, because these are just meant to be like for fun anyways, not meant to be like super serial playthroughs. Oh, you should have seen what I did to the green Camaro earlier, Elrux. Well, there we go. Oh, I gotta sit up a bit. Get an extra 150,000. So I don't... Okay, so I got that button correct. All right. Now, any day now, OBS, you can bring my game back. Please. 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 There we go. I think mostly just all gonna be road cars, except for... Alright, no, I think there's an extra race car in there. Not that it matters. First try. I got the very much not a Lotus 97T.
There's a cat that's currently in my chair right now.
Yep, the F687. Yep, and it's in yellow just to rub it into turbo, just to torture him.
Mustard.
Alright, so that's an extra 2.2%. So now 80.5. So long as I at least do like... long as I at least do like another one, I'll be like 0.1% away from having made 20% progress in this one part alone. Kind of just feel like using that. Oh, I have to use a normal car for that one, even though it shows race cars. $500,000. Is this one like excessive? How long is this one if it's $500,000? Oh yeah, that's okay. 50 laps. They're not entirely wrong. But honestly, I think I'll just do it anyways. Might as well. With the kind of car that I'm in, it'll probably go through fairly decently. So. I mean, Route 11 is a bit of a base track, I'm not gonna lie. I mean, it's a little long, you know, it's not super long. Although to be fair, I think a lot of the reason why it takes long is just mostly because it's a very technical track with a lot of like slow speed corners. The only downside about the car I'm using is I'm probably going to have to pit a bit more regularly because I cannot, if I remember correctly, you can't change the tires on these Formula cars in game.
I believe they are what they are.
Yep.
I can't remember if they're like on racing hards or racing mediums or whatever it is.
Yeah, I think they're supposed to be like, I think they are supposed to be like the equivalent of mediums or something. Oh dear. Oh Jesus, I couldn't get off the wall there.
As in like the new game, Rory? Because if I remember rightly, it behaves pretty much exactly the same as it did in previous games.
I was doing a video, I was working on like a thing off screen for like a potential video stuff involving Forza. Except it's the 2005 version.
The better version.
The better version, yeah. That game doesn't have there is no manual clutch in that game, so.
Rory, just try smacking the clutch button and the shift button at the same time. Because that's what the competitive community in Forza has been doing for the longest time, and that's been the most effective way of shifting in Forza games consistently. I'm not sure if they did. They might have done.
Oop, take button.
Yup.
Yup.
Yeah, flap those pedals.
So it's a bit flappy. I'm used to manual and real. Just racing is another story. If you match the clutch and shifter, it gets slower. You need to match the RPM in motorsport now. I had heard things about the clutch changing, but I wouldn't know myself because I don't play the new Forza. Never been big into Forza, but played one of the games though. 360. I mean, the 360 era was like the peak of the series, in my honest opinion.
Just the 7th generation of gaming in general, and games consoles, was considered to be sort of the peak by individuals of our age, bent, inclination. All the above.
I played GT7 on PS5 before I was a Motorsport Friends on both games, so I had to learn both games. Makes sense. I just don't really play the new Forza because just the game just does kind of it just isn't working for me personally. The latest update really helped it. In which ways? The cars feel better. The penalty system works better now. What is it about before compared to now and how the cars feel better though? Well, I'd imagine they would have to feel less Forza Horizon, considering it's a motorsport game, and also Horizon is just a modified motorsport engine. At least I'm pretty sure it is.
Yeah, it's all spaghetti killer.
I wish I could play more GT7, but I don't know. Don't really plug my PS4 in that much, because just... Honestly, I'd rather just have a PS5 to play GT7 at this point. But that costs money.
Money.
I don't have muns. I ain't got muns. I just got nuns.
Don't start none, won't be none.
Okay, you lucked out on the timing, Jan, because it's also on the timer. But for future reference, it's !tip. Again, it's the reason I put these at the end of my stream titles on Twitch. I always leave the 3 main commands on the end of my stream titles. Yeah, to be fair, I kind of changed it a bit suddenly and like didn't make a big didn't really make any fanfare about it. I mostly just did it because it kind of just sounds a bit less icky if it's tip rather than donate. Just I don't know, just something with recent stuff that's been going on. Just a bit on the fence about that term. Probably the last lap I'll do, then I gotta just bring it into the pits. Thank you, emulation. Yeah, I don't know. It's just, I think I'm just spoiled at this point, watching people play it on that hardware with the more constant frame rates and the almost like non-existent load times. Just seeing that is kind of just and I just sit there looking at the PS4 version. I'm like, God fucking damn it. It's really what it feels like right now, to be totally honest. Now into the pits. I just love how primitive the pit stop was back in this game back in the den.
Just whoop.
Screw gravity.
Yeah. Oh, excuse me. Sorry, hang on just checking something real quick.
Oh, you're good.
Oh. I can't look at that right now. It's a video thing. I don't really look at videos when I'm streaming. Unless it's like something important or related to a topic.
Mm-hmm. Makes sense.
Quite a severe migraine coming on, so I think I might bail.
All right. Hopefully you feel better soon.
Fingers crossed. Enjoy the rest of your stream. Have a nice evening.
Yeah, you have a good night.
Bye-bye.
Well, fuck. Yeah, even with the state with like Sony's, all this stuff right now, I'm still just too fucking spoiled, and both annoyed and spoiled, and I'm just sitting here like, why must it be this way? Even with how financially successful Spider-Man 2 was, Sony is still pressuring them to lay off the... Seriously? Like, they make all this sort of money and then they're still wanting to pressure them to lay off people? It's like, why? Like, what the fuck, dude?
The Insomniac leaks are fucking crazy, but those leaks never should have happened.
It's Insomniac leaks.
There was a massive
data breach.
Like stuff that was in the pipeline that wasn't supposed to come out for years got leaked.
Oh dear. I mean, I don't mind people telling me about it whilst I'm streaming, but I can look it up later if that's just preferred.
One of the things I know is that like one of their next projects was like a Wolverine game.
A Wolverine game?
Yeah, like it's basically a Wolverine game in the same style as the Spider-Man games.
That's just, I don't know, just gaming right now is, what even is gaming at this point anymore?
Bad.
I'm just waiting for the inevitable world breaking point at this rate, where everyone just finally throws their hands up and says, enough of this. I keep saying this, but I also keep saying it in hopes that it'll actually happen, because I kind of want it to happen at this point. There needs to be a crash, and not just for video games. A lot of things, like media as a whole, really needs a crash right now, because just the way that things are going with everything turning into fucking live services and monthly subscription fees and stuff, and you know, AAA studios being like absolutely forced under pressure, and just all the shit that's going on, like this always online stuff. It's like, do we get to a point where the majority of people just say, I don't need this anymore? Because I really want us to get to that point where we finally just are able to start getting ourselves past that point, to allow that stuff to die out, and then in its place is something that we've desperately been needing for a long time, which is actual care and quality control. And yeah, it doesn't surprise me about Disney having their worst financial year. It's just Disney doesn't release anything worth watching anymore. The stuff they used to make back then was stuff that it feels like was one of those things where it felt like you could watch it at any point in your life and still get still get something out of it. Everything now just feels like it's just meant to be a quick. Everything they make now almost feels like a quick consumable, where you inject it and then you come out of it and you just come out of it thinking, well, that was really a whole nothing sandwich. Yeah, and that whole thing about like the movies just absolutely bombing because it's the service stuff. It's like the service stuff. The services things was initially cool when that stuff was first introduced, because there were only so many of them doing it at the time. The problem is now everything and everyone does it, and it's now such a massive expense, and they keep trying to charge premiums for this stuff at a time where people have fewer and fewer money. It's like no wonder why things is heading down the shitter for this sort of thing, is because like who can viably afford to keep up with it anymore? Because I know I sure as hell fucking can't. The funny thing about the leaks is people taking a look at pre-production stuff and saying, wow, this looks awful, like they did with GTA 6 when that leaked. Like, no shit, it's not finished yet. People people are so quick to form like their opinion on something, even when there's like no actual substance to it. It's like, that's not how that shit fucking works. Oh, whoops. Well, anyways, I don't know how many people are still around, but...
Sorry, I'm getting...
I could tell, I could hear you click-clacking away loudly. Sorry, I always just do this to myself. Like, I beat myself up when I can't think of conversation to talk about. It's like, I understand it's probably annoying to oh, whoa, I don't want to do that. It's probably annoying to some of my, I'm sure it's probably annoying to some of my friends that I'm like really eager to have people to talk to, like even in voice and whatnot, but I'm not saying that to be annoying, and if I do come off as annoying about it, I apologize. It's just because I still don't have enough confidence in myself to carry conversations and carry story topics and all that stuff just off the cusp. It's a thing I always want. It's a thing I want to be able to do, but I can't. But my brain just cannot process it quick enough. And even when I try to think of something, sometimes it just seems so fucking out of left fields. So I like beat myself up towards it because it's like, I feel like it's all like this sort of crutch that I'm on that I can't seem to get myself out of. It's a mental hurdle I can't escape. Because it just makes me feel bad, because it just makes me feel like I'm just being a shitty person and just like feeling a bit needy and feeling like overly needy and shit, which is not what I want to do.
Why would that make you a shitty person?
Because I'm complaining about things that doesn't need to be complained about. Because I'm hard on because I'm... I'm just trying my best. It's all I can really do. It's just combination of things. Just really wanting to feel like I'm not just being a silence to people, and also just that feeling of that overt feeling of loneliness and shit. You have a good night, by the way. See you. I don't know, I'm just overanalyzing this shit, but it's just one of those things that just,
Sometimes just random story time in the middle of things. That's fine, even if it's not necessarily on the topic.
I guess. But then that leads to the other problem. What the fuck do I talk about?
You talk about whatever, it's your own stream.
But Well, that, but it's also just I can't think of what to talk about is why I say that. It's just the thought that just nothing happens in my brain. Or if it is something happening in my brain, it sure doesn't fucking happen fast enough.
Look, it's not like you're gonna say random shit like gerbil herpes or some shit. That's my job.
Well, I try not to say like overly random shit because there's like very little you can get out of it. At least for me, I get very little out of me just saying random shit. I've just always very hard on myself because I really want to feel like I can continue to evolve and kind of grow myself and really kind of have that connection with the audience. And the fact that there are some people who do I mean, that's it's still a good feeling, but it's that feeling I feel like I really should be doing more and continuing to evolve and stuff, and at times I feel like I'm just not. And it's just that worrying part of my brain where I just think sometimes to things in the past, like the sessions I did in the past, and comparing it to now, and it's that part of my brain is like, am I doing something wrong? Because I used to have groups fairly frequently, and now the groups I still have them every now and then, but it's not what it once was. And I sometimes think to myself, saying, did I cause this?
No, God no. We've grown up. We've got other friend groups.
I know. I'm not saying it like that. I mean, everyone's got lives and shit. I'm not blaming anybody. It's just I'm just being hard on myself. Like, if people have lives, that's fine. I can't control that shit. They gotta focus on them. And I always tell people to focus on themselves. It's just me being a stubborn bitch. I'm sure over time it'll, the feelings will hopefully fade away and such, but just part of the, just, I don't know, sometimes just the bad neurons in my brain. I try not to go too heavy with the bad brain stuff because I'm usually very reserved about talking about that, and even like in a pub, even like on a Discord sense, I don't talk about it very often, mostly because I just kind of keep to myself whenever that happens.
You need to talk about it every now and then. You can't just let it build up.
That's why like whenever those moments happen, I just kind of it's why I might go quiet for a bit so I can just allow myself to calm down and relax. Because a lot of it is admittedly very silly shit to even get worked up about, and shit that's not necessary in the first place. I'm just fucking rambling at this point, aren't I?
No. I'm just tired and I can't really think that much.
Yeah.
Because I have the schedule of, hey, you should go to bed around this time so you can wake up around this time.
No, it's fair. I'm just being selfish is all. Just,
you're not being selfish. If you're being selfish, you'd be like, oh, why aren't you giving me money? Why aren't your followers pouring me?
That's not what I mean. That's not what I'm referring to. Of course I'm not that kind of fucking selfish person. Like, God, no. It's more of just a selfish feeling of like not like wanting to be alone or on my own or just by myself, like that sort of selfishness. It's probably, and like I said, it's probably shit that will just, you know, after I've just relaxed for a bit, I'll probably not even think about it.
This too shall pass. It's cheesy, but it will.
Anyways, I think I've exhausted myself from just rambling and not making any sense.
No, you are making sense. Not making sense is my job. Alright, split around.
I'm just trying, like I said earlier, I'm just trying my best. I do appreciate the support, Rory, and to everyone else still watching. I don't mean to put it on. I'm not putting it on like any of you or anything. It's just me and my often anxiety-riddled brain. Yeah, I suppose it's just you know, it's just good to vent about it sometimes. That's why I try not to like never talk about these sorts of things, because then it'll just burn up inside and then like have like a freak out moment or something, because I try to avoid doing those anything like that anymore. Not that I'm always able to avoid it, sadly, but I've been getting better about it throughout the years.
Have you eaten anything recently?
What?
Have you eaten recently?
I ate like I ate stuff before I started streaming.
Yeah, that was nearly 7 hours ago.
Yep.
Your blood sugar might be low, and that can affect you.
I mean, considering what I had beforehand, I kind of doubt it. It's probably just more the fact that I'm just generally a bit tired. Like, I notice like these feelings, like sometimes these sort of feelings come out a bit more as I start to get tired.
Suits? Funny furry number just showed up. 621. I'm gonna go eat some cheese and go to bed.
Alright.
You have a good rest of your stream, Thunder.
Yep. You have a good night. It's just me again, guys. Hope you all doing alright. I really need to remind myself to keep the pitting. I don't know why I keep just pushing it when my tires are all red now. Because my brain isn't thinking like, hey, you should stop the car and then go get new tires, jackass. I mean, it does mean slow, obviously, but it also means I can actually have my grip back. Anyways, I apologize for all that earlier. I don't mean to, like, kind of go into those sorts of tangents every now and then. Just... I'm sure the more I'm doing this, like, hopefully especially more so into 2024, like, the more it'll just escape my mind and not be things I don't think about as much. I think it's just this kind of personal struggle with myself where it's like, I felt like 2018 was like almost like this magical time for me, and I always feel like I'm trying to get back to that, even though the reality of it is I'm probably doing better now than I ever did back then. And also just the thing, still needing to find the acceptance with myself that things now are just a lot different now for not just me, but for everybody. And it's just, you know, it's just things just happening as I just gotta make of it the best I can. And again, it's just why it makes me feel shitty, because I don't want to feel like I'm trying to use like other people as like a sort of like a crutch, or wanting to like or trying to like abuse anybody or anything, because that's obviously not what I'm trying to do. I just need to find that confidence in myself, and who knows, maybe one day that confidence will happen, and then it'll almost feel like a cloud, like a huge weight being lifted off my shoulders. There's just things I have in mind that I want to focus especially on heading into 2024, so... Anyways, I'm just trying to think of something right now that I can talk about. What are mine for next year? Streaming is the biggest. Streaming is like the main resolution thing for me. I want to make I really want to make the most of it. Like kind of get a bit more stream committed, and it's also this feeling of like wanting to kind of alter my focuses a bit, kind of get a little bit more community involved, like try to like engage with other peoples and communities, and more to do with like Twitch streaming and whatnot. Because a lot of my problem I've had for a very long time is always just kind of endlessly just watching YouTube over and over again, and like just like repeatedly watching like the same things over and over again with no real rhyme or reason. And all of a sudden I just realize how much time I've wasted. So I really want to kind of spend a bit more time into that, like less into that and more into like kind of like supporting the homies, or like just, you know, being a bit more involved with like communities, whether it's on Twitch or on Discord or whatnot. The other thing for me is to like just remind myself to finally like walk to regularly walk. I always keep telling myself I need to do it, and I never end up actually going through with it. And I really want to like finally just make it a thing this upcoming year where like I convince myself to just get out of my seat and just go for a walk around my area, even if it's not for like excessively long, like even if it's just for a bit, just to do that at least once a day. At the very least, at least once a day is something I really should be looking into, and also just drinking like a lot more water and everything. Actually, hang on, sorry. I'm gonna take care of something real quick. I'll be right back. Alright, sorry about that. It's kind of feeling a bit overheated, so kind of just moving my fan a bit, as well as just bringing in a bit more of a cooler breeze in here. To be honest, my goals are somewhat similar. Of course, I don't do streaming on Twitch, but I want to make a point of engaging in VC more often and start to get probably it's online gaming people. When it comes to stuff like that, just take your time. Don't rush those things, because you will have all the time. You'll have all the time in the world for it. So just take it at your own pace. And yeah, progressing towards getting over anxieties and worries with life is another thing I would definitely like to work on as well. It's just a lot of things are kind of like hitting me all at once, especially as a recent where I really want to kind of try and start to like. My main thing with resolutions, and the reason I don't try to think about them too much, is because I've always historically struggled with keeping to resolutions. It's one of those things that's just really hard for me to kind of like you know. But my main thing, I think more than anything, my main resolution is just to try to look after myself a bit better so I can, you know. It's one of the reasons I said I want to walk like regularly, like once a day. Like I want to finally try and just coerce myself into doing that no matter what. Because the weight has always been a problem with my for the vast majority of my life. And I don't want it to keep getting worse and worse over time, because I'm already in a very bad state. So those are just other things I gotta change, just like lowering the portions of how much I'm eating as well. And also just thinking about just, you know, just reducing size portions, I think would go a long way, I think. Oh gosh, oh darn, oh geez Louise. Thank you for the tier 1 sub, Case. I appreciate it so much, buddy. Welcome to my little I don't know, I'm not gonna call it that. It's not gonna be my little, it's just gonna be called, it's gonna be the Derg Club. That's what it is, the Derg Club. You don't have to be a Derg to be a part of the Derg Club, though. That's the thing. In my club, you don't have to be a Derg. You just have to understand that Dergs are based. Smile. This is factual. But another thing I really do want to kind of hopefully do is as well is like try to find more people who are into like racing games and stuff, and not just racing games, but, you know, racing games and like furry stuff, or more specifically Derg stuff, because that's kind of like my biggest interest within said furry stuff. But people who are more into racing games and more into streaming, and as well as like I really still want to get that old online older racing game like online multiplayer server going, where it's like a community dedicated to playing old racing games online. I still really want to do that. I just don't know when I'm ever gonna start that properly. Dergs are based, but toasters are baster. I mean, a good toaster is nice. I cleaned part of my room, and I felt so good doing about it. It was only a corner of my room. Was a lot of, yeah. It's one of those small things that you do it, and then you realize how, like, you just feel better doing it. I think over time, like, that's why I'm hoping that, like, I can me regularly doing walks and stuff. Hopefully, finally getting in the. And just finally being able to find that pattern of just doing it. Also just drinking like a lot more water. Like that might be something I start doing even more so, especially as well for 2024. It's like I'm just gonna start drinking like a shit ton more water. Yes, I do drink Pepsis and stuff, but I only drink like Pepsi Zero. Like I only drink the stuff with like 0 sugar, 0 calories. Like that's the only kind I'll have now. Like I don't drink regular sodas anymore, or root or anything, like unless I'm like out somewhere. It's the main reason I get the Pepsi Zero stuff, because it's the way I kind of get over my addiction to caffeine, but also not feeling guilty about it. But it's like the only soft drinks I'll even have nowadays, just the Zero stuff. And then I'm just drinking more water, and I'm just gonna start drinking a lot more water. And also one thing I might start doing again, I might start looking into getting like fat-free milk and stuff, and then just drinking, and then just having like a protein shaker, like a protein shake or something every now and then. And just also take like multivitamin, like regular things of like multivitamins and whatnot, just so I can look after myself a bit better, and hopefully over time just finally start to combat the weight things. Even if it takes me, even if it takes like you need fat to burn fat. Good point. Maybe I might still make the protein shakes, but just with the regular, just with traditional, just traditional milk or something. Because the thing is, right, I have a really nice Ninja blender that's very good for like making like smoothies and shakes and stuff, and I really do need to take advantage of that more. 2% milk is worthless when whole milk is only like 3% fat and it tastes better. So what are you saying? Are you saying I should just get the if I could see like 3% or 3.25%, I should just get that? I also try not to drink too much milk because like I might be somewhat I think I am somewhat lactose intolerant. Although usually usually what I'll do is like I take like I have like I usually take Metamucil, like I take like that stuff like that I take like those, it's technically a sort of like powder based like laxative thing, but I take that I take that regularly because it's meant to, it's kind of like the opposite, it's kind of like the reverse laxative in a way, because rather than what most laxatives are designed for, which is like to break down solid matter and turn it into like a sort of liquid, Metamucil and similar based things like those, or I think it's known as like psyllium husk or something. Like that's meant to do like the opposite effect. Like it's supposed to take like liquid stuff and then just kind of solidify it. And if I take that stuff regularly, that shit works fucking amazing for me. So, like, that shit is a lifesaver for me, honestly, because of just how well it works if I take it regularly. But yeah, diets never work. Like, yeah, lifestyle changes is really where the big thing, because the problem is just trying to commit to diets is just always just never works very well. Sorry for my endeavor refunding games that didn't work to here. I was talking about Metamucil. I was talking about like stuff like, because we were talking about like milk and whatnot, and I was saying like I try not to have like too much milk because I believe I'm somewhat lactose intolerant. Like I'm not like absolutely terrible with it, but it's like too much of it just does not sit well with my body. So it's either that I'm lactose intolerant or I have IBS. It's one of the two. But I was mentioning, like I say, like I take like Metamucil, and that stuff just like, if I take that stuff regularly, it just helps a lot. For me, when it comes to maintaining my weight, what's worked for me is just reducing the amount of food I eat every. Yeah, see, that's the thing too that I also think about, because one of my favorite like YouTubers who I've been watching for honestly over a decade now is Adam Korlick. He did a lot of Dreamcast videos like in his earlier years, but now he just kind of talks a lot about gaming and stuff and shows off like a lot of like interesting stuff or just conversation pieces and whatnot. And now he's been losing a lot of weight, and he says the main thing the only change he really made to his lifestyle was he just ate less. He just didn't eat as much anymore. And that's the thing I'm also thinking about doing as well, because like some of the things I eat, I admittedly do too much of it. Sometimes, like, you know, I make like a couple. I toast like 2 bagels and eat both those bagels. Where it's like it would just be easier if I just ate one. I should just have one at a time. Like just cut things in half. Just cut it in half. Like instead of making like 2 burgers, just make one. And then yeah, the smaller plates. I actually have some smaller plates now. I got some like personal size plates, like ones that aren't particularly very big, so I've been using those ones a bit more frequently, and I think it's gonna take time, but I think, you know, if I just, you know, concentrate and not like overthink things. And another thing I'm also really going to be looking towards in 2024 is I'm just going to stop ordering food as much anymore. It's just too fucking expensive nowadays. And I say to myself, it's like, if I want to ever start saving some more money and, you know, start like actually, you know, being able to work towards things, that's like one area I really got to cut off. Like maybe I might still get something every now and then, but even then it'll still be in smaller amounts. Like maybe what I might start doing is I might start giving myself like a hard limit to, like, if I where it's like a situation where it's like, if I am gonna order something, I should put like a hard limit on like both how much I'm putting on my order, and also how much it costs. I think just like a certain limit, and then just anything over that I just say no. Like it's a long road, but I think I can just do it with just not like overdoing it myself, and just, you know, cutting back and just drinking a lot more water and just going for walks every day. I even have like an under desk pedal thing in my bedroom, which is by like the couch I have in there and like the TV. I really need to remind myself to use that more frequently as well. Like even if it's not for like very long like extended sessions, just even if it's just like 10 or 20 minutes or something, just I have like a TV in there where I can just turn the TV on. I can just put on and what I should just do is just put on like a podcast or something. Either that, or I could just move it into my desk out here as well. There's just things I need to start thinking about doing and just actually committing to it, and it's that part of all I've always been kind of like fighting with. That side of my brain is just telling myself to commit to doing it. It's just the anxieties and just the stresses and stuff, and it's usually stuff that's always kind of hampered me in wanting to like actually do that sort of things. But it's like I have to start. The truth of the matter is I have to start somewhere, and, you know. Although I think walking in general is probably going to be better for me than the pedal thing, because at least when I walk, like I can just shut my mind off of everything. In fact, I'm actually thinking about like the contract on my phone, my current phone, ends soon. What I'm actually thinking I might do is I might turn that into like I might turn it into like a sort of iPod afterwards. Because this phone actually has a headphone jack, which is amazing, right? Like so few phones nowadays have headphone jacks, but the one I have actually has a headphone jack. And this thing has, I believe it's 256 gigabytes of storage built in, which is a lot of built-in storage for what was ultimately not a very expensive phone, which is pretty impressive. So I might just turn it into like sort of like an iPod or something. And if I really needed to add more storage, it does have a thing for micro SDs, but I don't think I'm gonna ever get. I don't think it should be a problem. Nothing, just wasting my points. But you need those points for things. What things? Yes, things of sorts. Points are necessary. Hello, Jake, by the way. But yeah, I don't know. It's just I'm sure over time, it's just over time, I'm sure things will just work out in the future. Oh. That is not the dank button, by the way, but it decided to play you a dank sound anyways. They locked me in a room. It was a rubber room. It was also full of rats. A rubber room full of rubber rats.
No fucking shit!
Oh, that's not you. Actually asked for dank buttons. I had to stop that one.
That's not good.
I kind of got a bit ahead of myself. I'm stupid. They locked me in a room. It was a rubber room. It was also full of rats. A rubber room full of rubber rats. I hate rubber rats. They drive me crazy. Crazy? I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. It was rubber room. It was also full... Okay, it's just repeating the same thing. Yeah, it's an endurance... Yeah, I guess it's an endurance race. F1 car has an oddly low top speed. It's not the top speed is not. It's not that it's got like a low top speed. It's just I can't really utilize much of its power because of the track that I'm on, and also just turbo lag. It's like an old. It's based on like an old Formula 1 car, so it's like part of the turbo era. So it's got slow turbos. That's just me making... Well, that's more just me making dumb shifts. See? We're doing 200. It was just me making a bad shift, mostly just dumb shifts, because kind of like where my mind is focusing, because I'm like trying to look at both chat and also the race, and you know, can misjudge things sometimes. Excuse me. Man, I'm starting to feel a little bit better now, at least. Just kind of talking about this stuff and just trying to think about things I should do down the line. Just trying to like look, just trying to like look ahead. I think is probably something that's helped. Beep, fuck up. It's like meow, fuck it away. Oh, ram sound. And a dank button.
You want that big fight, huh? All right, you're gonna get the big fight. Get that big fight.
That's an old one. Back in the days where we were talking about spilt popcorn, and then it just became popcorn because someone accidentally made a typo, and that just became a running thing for like the longest of times. My cat is staring at me as she sits on top of my computer. Yeah, at least I can, I don't know, just hopefully with me talking about this sort of stuff, kind of just, I can just kind of use this as like ample fuel for myself to kind of just like remind myself, hey, just do your best and just try to make something out of it, and remember, not to push yourself or anything. Fun fact, a friend of mine has a cat. He had to unplug the power button because the cat always pressed the power button. Oops. Luckily, my cat does not do that to my computer, though I think it's also because it's the way my PC case is. It's kind of like the way my PC case is designed. I don't think she even knows it's there. But I do have like one of those cases where like you press the button in and it kind of like goes, like, it's not like one of those ones where it's just like a simple click. It's that satisfying like one where you can like push it in to click. So it's one of the really nice ones. It's one thing I admit that if I like about this case has always been it's always been a pretty good case. It's held up pretty well. Now, if only I could upgrade the parts of my PC, that would be the nice part. Or like someone help me out. Yeah, Windows computers for a while did not have like sleep and stuff. As a kid, I don't think I ever used that. And it's only been recently where it's only been in more recent years where I've been doing that. Yeah, like I said, I would like to be able to just upgrade the computer, but I don't know. That's gonna be a lot. That's gonna be like the realistic truth of that one is that's probably gonna be one of the more or less like one of those if I get exceptionally lucky sort of thing or sort of deals, just because of how things are. What part of my PC do I use least? I don't know. I would really have to think about it. I do have a reset button on my computer, but I do use it every now and then, like whenever absolutely necessary. Which can happen sometimes because one thing that I had to adjust to doing I think this was more of a problem when I first got my cat, but it's not so much of a problem anymore. But sometimes like pet it like sometimes like if I had pet the cat and then she'd like jump up onto the computer, it's like the static discharge that would be produced from that could actually freeze up my computer. Like if my computer experiences like a static discharge that comes from me or something, it'll actually freeze up my computer. I don't know if my PC has a serial port or not. Never really bothered to look. It might. I never really bothered to look. One thing I actually only started more recently using was used like one of the, actually no. I think I am thinking of the wrong one. Disregard. I know, like, since I got the new Elgato that I have now, I used to have an HD60 Pro, which is one of the ones that you used to have to would plug into your motherboard. But now I have an external one again. I got an HD60X. Thank you, Jimmy. I love you. And I think I used that to plug it into like the one like USB 3.1 port, 3.1 connector I have, like the USB 3.1 or whatever, like the faster one. So I think I finally started using that port because of my newer capture card. But I fucking love this HD60X. This thing is fucking fantastic. The 60X for me fixes the one biggest problem I had with the HD60 Pro, and that's dealing with the audio latency. Because every now and then I've experienced like audio desyncing and stuff that would happen from using it. And there was like a feature that they eventually added, which was more so with the 60S and then S Plus, and then of course it's also with the X. But the HD60 Pro technically also got it. Like you could use like the capture card itself as an audio capture, but for me with the 60 Pro, it never worked properly. Like you get audio, but audio would often crackle and distort, like would make like crackles and stuff like every few seconds. So it was like it would fix it, but it also made it sound terrible, and it's not something you would want to want to listen to if especially if it was like a stream or something. The HD60X, I don't have that problem. Is completely gone now. I could use it as an audio. I could use like the audio capture thing it's built into it, and it just works near flawlessly. Like it's like 99.8% flawless. But like there's maybe like the very odd, like maybe like the very rare occasional thing, but it happens so infrequently that most people would never notice it, including myself. But basically the 60X solves that one problem, and also it's just such a really nice car. It just does the job for me, and I don't think I need another car. I don't think I'm gonna need another card for some time. The HD60 Pro Press will go straight to my mixing table for less latency. It might just, yeah, I don't have a mixing table, so. A lot of mixing. I wouldn't mind a mixing table, but it's like I guess at the same time it's also like how exactly would I want to set it up to my preferences. And I especially wouldn't want to spend a lot on a mixer. Like I'm not spending the sort of money on like a Go XLR, for example, because one, that's honestly way too much money for the sort of thing it is, and two, it's not like Go XLRs are even made anymore because of what happened to the company. You have a hog for retro. Oh Jesus, Akis, can I make one suggestion? Just even for retro stuff, just get you do you need to, just for retro stuff, just get yourself like a simple, like something to HDMI converter that, unless the Hauppauge just works flawlessly for as a pass-through device. But I do not fucking trust Hauppauge with my life, so I think that's part of my problem. I can't, like, I do not fucking trust Hauppauge products at all. I would much rather use like simple like component to HDMI converters, because there actually are good quality component to HDMI converters out there, and that way I can just skip it. If Akis, I know of component to HDMI converters that don't add input lag. Like if you, like the most one of the most common ones that's out there is like one by Porta. The Porta components HDMI, just not the scaler, just the converter. And from videos that I've seen of tests of it, it does not add any noticeable input lag. So unless it's something that you're seeing that I'm not seeing, or it's like, or it's a case by case basis, I don't know. But I don't trust Haupauges. I just cannot. I've heard nothing but terrible things about Haupauges over the years. The only reason I feel like most people used them back then is because at the time there really wasn't that much of a choice. I have an old Dell monitor with analog RCA input, 16 by 10. It has component input. Fucking 16 by 10. Talk about you want to talk about like forgotten resolution, forgotten aspect ratios. But I don't know. I just don't trust Hauppauge products. It's always been a thing with me. I tried Haupauges before and I had nothing but problems. So it's a thing with me where it's just like one of those. But honestly, to me, it's like I've used very simple like component to HDMI converters that don't do anything unnecessary. They just do it's just a straight convert and that's it. And at least the Portas that like the most common one that I've seen, like the Porta one, is like the one that apparently from even the people who are very much into like, you know, like retro gaming and like where like input latency and stuff, that all that stuff matters to them. I've never heard like one of those particular ones adding like notable amounts of input lag. There's probably like, I don't know. Oh, I'm not talking about through the Hauppauge preview. I'm not like if it so long as it works, I guess as a pass through, then you know that's fine. I actually still have the very first Elgato Game Capture HD, but I just don't use it because the adapter thing that comes with that, I think one of the audio ports on that doesn't work properly anymore. Probably should have pitted a couple laps ago, to be honest. I'll put it this way, ultimately, just regardless of the things that I say or how I feel about it, just work with what's best. Just go with what works best for you. Ultimately, that's all you can really do. I'm just an idiot who just, you know, I say things and do things and egg. I'm also just a sort of person who just, you know, I just wish I could, I really just wish I had better things for certain things and whatnot. I wake up from sleep to hear people nerd about PC stuff. Well, I would be nerding about PC stuff if I was in a situation where I could actually acquire said PC stuff more often than not. And yeah, like ultimately the truth, like regardless, keys, if you're happy with it, if it works for you, then just go for it. I'm just happy with it, my HD60X, because just honestly, the few problems that I had with the HD60 Pro, I don't have anymore. Like all those problems for me are gone with the HD60X. So it really is. It like for me, it's just it does everything I need it to do. And I say this as someone who loved the HD60 Pro, by the way. I actually still have my HD60 Pro lying around. I'm wondering if maybe I could if I should sell to somebody, get a little bit extra money or something. I suppose it wouldn't be the worst idea, especially since because I have the X, I don't think I'm going to go back to using the Pro, honestly. Also, keep in mind, you live quite far away from me, so the shipping costs of that too would be a bit of a nightmare. Oh, geez. Well, it took me over 83 minutes. But after 50 laps of doing this in a fucking Formula car, and we're finally done. And we get a very nice 500,000 for that one. Alright, well, let's go see what sort of prize cars we have on hand, then. A lot of it mostly looks like JGTC stuff for the most part. Or at least two of them do. Yeah, that one's a Camaro. I love the green on these Camaros, but I've already got a Camaro LM, so... And I think the other one, the one on the right is the MRS, I think. Ah, yes, this old bag. I'm trying to fight with this until I get the one. Yeah, that's the MRS like I thought it was. There we go. It'd be funny if this was actually the exact same car I was just driving, it's just a different color. I actually got to double check now. It might actually be just another F687. Yeah, it is. It's just another F687. Though that being said, that green is that's a really nice green. Like I don't know, like do I just stick with like the yellow and the blue because it's kind of similar to what Lotus was using circa 1987, or do I go with this green one just because it's such a nice shade of green? Because it's ultimately still the same car, so it doesn't really matter. And honestly, like I'm not gonna be like upset if like I have to go with one over the other. You vote Lotus green. Any of you in chat, like, what do y'all think? do we keep the yellow one that I was using, or do I switch over to like or do I let this one go and just go with the green one? Torn between the two. That's understandable. Rory also says green. So that's at least 2 for green. I'm torn between the two because I love the green. But also Senna, yeah. And yeah, to be fair, last year Senna was driving for Lotus. The car was yellow. Like this. The yellow with the blue. Had the current one been blue yellow, not yellow blue, I'd choose that because speed and yeah, it's hard, you know. It's just because this is such a nice, it's just a nice, really nice color, but it's also again just exactly just like that thing that Jan also mentioned. This one is like the car, the color that the car would have had. I also realized I should have probably gave this thing an oil upgrade when I used it. The color, but also the number. Yeah, it's a hard thing. It's just because like this one's like a nice like fantasy thing. But to be fair, I also got like 2 million credits, so it's not like I would be in like a situation if I just kept them both at the same, honestly. There we go. It's now 80.7%. Because of course the fucking endurance races, despite how long they are, they only added up to 0.2%. Yeah, I think I'll just keep both, honestly. It just doesn't really matter. But I in retrospective, I wish I kind of in retrospective, I wish I didn't forget to like change the oil, because I only realized that until afterwards. I'm like, oh right, you know, I should have done that. Oh Jesus, what are you doing, kitty? Oh, I forgot to change the oil on this one afterwards, too. Well, at least that one's also now been taken care of. Just gonna do these for each of the ones I have, just as a safe, just to be safe. Nope, they still show up as 932 horsepower. What even is Group 6 even based on? I don't know. Probably based on something. Never really looked into it, because there's very few things out there, I think, that are like Group 6. Now I'm just kind of distracted now.